Good evening, everybody. I would like to call to order this special meeting of the Methacton Board of School Directors on April 18th, 2023. Please rise for the pledge. The public is hereby advised of the audio and video recording of this meeting for the purposes of rebroadcasting. And there's an executive session announcement. There was an executive session of the board held this evening in the Arcola Intermediate School just prior to this meeting for the purposes of presenting the state mandated Act 44 safety report to the Board of School Directors. By way of attendance, all 8 sitting board members are in attendance. And now it is time for the school board director vacancy process. Dr. Zerbe.
Thank you, Madam President. This evening, there are 2 meetings. The first is a special meeting, as Madam President had mentioned, to appoint an individual to a vacant seat on the Board of School Directors for the Methacton School District and the Board of School Directors April 2023 work session. There is 1 action item on the agenda for this special meeting, the appointment, and no action items scheduled for the work session. Given that there are no laws directing the exact process by which an appointment to a school board shall be conducted, the board has taken consistent and reasonable measures to appoint candidates by announcing the vacancy, seeking interested applicants, learning their position point of view on general matters of importance, and holding public interviews with the top 3 applicants. Therefore, this evening, that process is a reasonable process to conclude that the board is going above and beyond to select the best person from among the available applicants. That process include on March 28th, the board took action on the resignation of the school board member, Ms. Rocco. On April 6th, there was an application deadline where we had a number of applicants apply for the position. On April 13th, the board selected the top 3 candidates from the available applicant pool. And this evening, April 18th, is a special meeting where we hold interviews and the board has the opportunity to appoint an individual to fill the vacant seat. Candidates will pick an order for the interview, with candidates number 2 and candidates number 3 being relocated to the back room awaiting their turn. Once a candidate completes the interview, they will return to the audience. Each candidate will be asked the same 8 questions, with the first question as a self-introduction and question 8, or the last question, a closing statement. Both of these will have 1-minute time limits, and the 6 other prepared questions will have 2-minute time limit. The board will hear all 3 candidates. Then they will hear public comment on the 1 agenda item listed on the agenda for the special meeting. Then the board president will take nominations for appointment and then take roll call, with each sitting member voting for their appointed candidates. The candidate with 5 votes will be the appointed member. With that, I'm going to go and meet the 3 candidates. This evening, those candidates include Kathy Cleary, Katie Etoure, and Esther Smith Howell. And we're going to go pick the order.
Is this? Oh, yeah, I'm so short.
That's all right. You are live there. What does that
Members of the board, at your seat, you should have three sheets for your individual use. You can choose to use them. You can choose not to use them. It's basically the list of the questions with a simple Likert scale of 1 through 5. So this evening, we have our first candidate. We have Kathy Cleary. Kathy, you are asked to take 1 minute to introduce yourself to the Methacton community and the school board. You may be, and before you begin, I want you to be aware that there is a timer over here. Mr. Bicker, our business manager, will be keeping the time, and he will notify me with 5 seconds remaining in any allotted time. Okay, so you have 1 minute. We may begin.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for inviting me here. My husband and I are residents from Lower Providence for approximately the last 22 years. We've raised 2 boys in the district. My eldest son, Aiden, graduated from the high school last year. He's now at Michigan State University studying criminal justice. And I have a younger son, Jack, who's a senior, and hopefully will graduate at the end of the year, and he'll be at the Ohio State University studying sports industry management next year. When my kids were in elementary school at Arrowhead, I served as their home and school treasurer, and I was also their liaison to the reformed Methacton Coordinating Council back in the day. And then by the time they were graduating from elementary school, that's my time.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
The next prepared question, and this allows a 2-minute response. The question is, why are you interested in serving on the board?
Sure. So I can kind of pick up where I just left off. So when the kids were leaving elementary school, between going back to work full time and their crazy sports schedules, I had no time to volunteer. And so I'm now in this position where I have more free time than I know what to do with. And I can use that time to devote to the things that I'm interested in. And those are both community service and anything educational based. So this is really a good time for me. I believe that education is an investment in these kids, and it's one that pays dividends not only to the individual, but to the community as a whole, right? So I just think it's extremely important. And this position allows the person that you select to obviously to help shape that investment. And I just think that's fantastic. In addition to that, just playing an active role in, what's going on in this district and, the agenda items that you have to complete, by the end of the year, since this is such a short-term position, and anything that I can do to help, these kids achieve the highest level of academic success in the district is what I'm interested in. Thank you.
Thank you. The third question. What do you perceive to be the responsibilities of a school board director?
Sure. At a high level, it's to administer the school system in the district and to do whatever's in the best interest of these kids first and foremost. But beyond, that being the high level thought process, there's the planning, whether that is your short-term, your long-term, planning your finances, your budget, your enrollment projections, your building usage, to setting policy, whether that's in response to differing needs or curriculum, to effectively communicating those policies and decisions to all the various stakeholders. And then finally, to, I think, monitoring and evaluating on a continuing basis what you're doing and whether it's effective.
Thank you. Question number 4. What qualities, skills, and experience would you bring to the Board of School Directors?
Sure. So my background is an environmental attorney. I've been doing that for 27 years, approximately. I work in the insurance industry. So I spend my day helping and negotiating with clients and underwriters and various stakeholders on pollution risks. So while that's not directly impactful for the board, obviously, I think the skills either that I just naturally have or have learned over the 27 years are. My job is based in research. I am continually having to research topics that I know nothing about because everybody else in the room is smarter than me. There's the engineer, there's the scientist, and then there's me. So I'm continually researching. And I am by nature very curious. And what I mean by that is I'm not afraid to say, I don't understand, what you're talking about. And ask somebody who is much smarter than me to dumb it down. Because if I can't explain it to one of you, then I can't explain it and I don't understand it, period. So I think that's an important quality. I'm an active listener. I think that I'm pretty logical, pretty thorough and analytical. And I think those are skills that are important. I'm certainly collaborative. In my daily job, I have to work with so many different people to try to get to a result. And importantly, from my perspective, and I think the board's perspective, you need to be able to be transparent in the reasons why you're making the decisions that you're making and being able to explain those, based on data and facts and research. And then finally, since I have 7 seconds left, I think I'm not a procrastinator, meaning if you give me something to do, I tackle the hard stuff first and leave the easy stuff last.
So thank you very much.
Yep.
Question number 5. If you were faced with a tough issue as a school director, such as raising taxes or cutting programs, what kind of data would you need to help you make your decision?
So, I saw this question that you had asked this question before. I think this is a tough one, and I don't mean it to be a cop-out, but I think that it was really dependent on the issue that you're faced with. But from a broad brush, the things that I would be looking for would be data, whether that's financial data or other data. If the issue requires a consultant, if it requires professional and academic opinions, most issues require, debate and input from whether that's teachers, whether that's the community members, other stakeholders, and just really getting as much data that you can with respect to the problem to be able to understand it.
Thank you. Question number 6. What are the strengths of our school district?
I think we have many. We've got really caring and involved parents. We've got certainly passionate and generous community. We've got, I think, an administration and a staff that really cares about this district. But hands down, number one, and you probably hear this all the time, is the teachers. Because I have time, I'm going to give this really quick story. Hopefully you guys know, or all of you know, Mr. Alzamora. He is a history teacher at the high school. He's also the freshman boys basketball coach. And my youngest son is completely obsessed with basketball and played on the freshman team. And then by the time he got to sophomore year, he was cut from the JV team. And, we're not a tall family, right? So it's sort of obvious. But devastated, and that's not an over-exaggeration. And Mr. Alzamora went out of his way, without us knowing, to approach my kid and to really befriend him and mentor him. Mr. Alzamora invited him to be the assistant coach on the boys basketball team for the freshmen that year, and he's coached with him ever since. And they coached together outside of school for all of Mr. Alzamora's sons' travel teams. And now Jack coaches rec teams in the district. They went to France together on the school trip. He got him into unified track. Just amazing. And Jack's essay for college was all about Mr. Alzamora. And it was the theme was, one door closes, another door opens, and you just have to be willing to walk through it. And when I read the essay, I was just so touched. I'm starting to get all jerked up. He just went so above and beyond, and that's just one story of many.
Thank you. Question number 7. What are the biggest challenges facing public education today?
Again, there's many, in my opinion. Whether you think about funding or you think about catch up for kids post-COVID, or you think about technology, or you think about the impact of social media. But I'm more these days concentrated on really 2 issues. And I think one is folks' inability to communicate with each other when it comes to the influence of political ideology. It doesn't matter to me whether you're on the left or you're on the right. It's that inability to communicate and just the vitriol that people speak with. So, and what's that doing to our kids is where I'm going with this. Kids learn from watching us. And so I think that's a huge challenge. The other challenge for me personally is really a newer one that I've been thinking about a lot, is gun violence and school safety. So you probably don't recall because there's been so many mass shootings this year, but my oldest son was at Michigan State University when there was a mass shooting in February. And I got to tell you, as a parent, it's everybody's worst nightmare. And to get that phone call in the evening, we're sheltering in place, we're hiding. And of the 3 children or young adults who were killed, one of them was my son's friend. And so it just really had a big impact on our family. And you never, ever think it's going to happen. I'm sure, none of us think it's ever going to happen here. And then it does. And it's just had such an impact, a profound impact on me this year, because seeing the kids, seeing the students, seeing that East Lansing community just be so devastated. So what I like is I've seen in your plans, Dr. Zerbe, that you are making tweaks and changes to or improvements to the school safety plan. So anything that I can do to be part of that, I would like to.
Thank you. Ms. Cleary, this is the last question, which is a closing statement. You have 1 minute.
Sure. Okay. So one of the questions you didn't ask me was what I think the biggest challenge is, and I think this is an appropriate place to sort of close with that. I thought a lot about this before I applied because it's such a short window, and I don't just want to sit and fill a dead spot for you. I think it's really important. I think it's a challenge for you, for all of the 3 of us, and for the community that it's a short position, right? And you want to hit the ground running, and you don't want to be a hindrance to you guys in getting done what you need to get done. So I have spent a great deal of time, and more so since Dr. Zerbe called the other day, but I have reviewed all of the board's policies. I really like policy. So I've reviewed all of that stuff. I've looked at the last 1.5 years of school board meetings. I've reviewed all your presentations that have been made to you. I listened in to Dr. Zerbe's town hall. I'm trying to do everything I can online to be able to hit the ground running for you guys. And I know I'm out of time. Can I just say one more thing? No? Okay. Well, thank you.
Ms. Cleary, I want to say thank you for interviewing for the position of the vacant school board director post here in Methacton School District. One thing I didn't mention is what township you're in. If you just mentioned that, I'd appreciate that.
Lower Providence.
Lower Providence. Thank you very much. And with that, we ask you so kindly to return to the audience. And then, Mr. Regina, if you could escort in applicant number 2. Katie Etoure, what township do you live in?
Providence.
Okay, thank you. So this evening, we're going to ask you 8 questions. The first one's going to be a 1-minute introduction. The last question is going to be a 1-minute closing statement and 2-minute responses for the 6 questions in between. Okay?
Yes.
So the first question, please introduce yourself to the board and to the Methacton school community.
Yes. Good evening, Dr. Zerbe and school board members. Thank you for your consideration and time this evening and for the opportunity to present to you my background and experience. My name is Katie Etoure. My husband and I moved to Lower Providence 12 years ago, and I have been a parent of a Methacton student for the past 9 years. I have an educational background in psychology and criminal justice, and I'm in the midst of pursuing my doctorate because I am passionate about education and believe in its value. My professional expertise for the past 18 years lies within the juvenile justice system, where I served as a juvenile probation officer and currently work with at-risk youth who are in need of community-based and out-of-home residential services. Through these experiences, I'm well-versed with the educational system to include IEPs, alternative education placements, and school safety. I look forward to answering questions for you this evening.
Thank you. Question number 2. Why are you interested in serving on the Board of School Directors?
As previously mentioned, my husband and I moved to Lower Providence 12 years ago, and one of the driving factors of moving here was the reputation of Methacton School District. As a parent, I am familiar with regular education and special education opportunities that our district offers. I see the benefits that our district has to offer our children and students and want to ensure that all families understand how to navigate through the process and procedures if they are not familiar with the school system. I want our children, professionals, and community to feel that our school system is beneficial, supportive, inclusive, and innovative. The opinions of our community and professionals should be heard. As a recent cancer survivor, I want to ensure that our children have access to counseling services and resources to assist them during any difficult time that they may ensue during their educational journey here. Our Methacton community is very strong, with many who have invested not only in their own children, but others' children as well. Listening to our community professionals' thoughts, critiques, and input will strengthen the goal of providing education and skills so that students are well equipped for success, not only in the classroom, but after graduation, so that our professionals feel supported and heard.
Thank you. Question number 3. What do you perceive to be the responsibilities of a school board director?
I perceive the responsibilities of the board to be at the forefront, the governing body of the district. The board should support the vision of the district as outlined by the district professionals and community. When identified goals of the district are reviewed and solutions proposed, the board should make a sound decision that will benefit the district as a whole. The board should serve and advocate for Methacton as an entire entity, including our children being educated and our professionals at every level being supported while providing the educational experience for our students.
Thank you. Question number 4. What qualities, skills, and experience would you bring to the Board of School Directors?
So educationally, I have mentioned I have a degree in psychology as well as a degree in criminal justice and pursuing my doctorate. I worked as a juvenile probation officer for many years and currently continue to work with at-risk youth. Within my current role, I personally cover Montgomery County, which is inclusive of Methacton School District. This allows me a very unique opportunity to be aware of the environment in the schools from an alternative perspective. Additionally, I have children both within the Methacton district as well as the private school sector, which can provide a valuable insight about alternative curriculum, as well as what is being utilized as other influences of school offerings that is affecting and impacting education. I have a keen interest in working with youth and in research. Pulling from both my educational, professional, and parental background and experience, this would allow me to understand the climate of Methacton's education and how policies can directly or indirectly impact students, families, and the professionals. Qualities that I possess are that I am compassionate, I am driven, well-organized, hardworking, trustworthy, experienced in public speaking, and passionate about success for everyone. Skills that I possess are knowledge of the criminal justice system, knowledge of the public and private school sectors, statistics and research, marketing, writing, knowledge about alternative school and vocational school options, and I have many community connections within the district.
Thank you. Question number 5. If you were faced with a tough issue as a school director, such as raising taxes or cutting programs, what kind of data would you need to help you make your decision?
As I mentioned, I am research and data-driven. I thrive on research. And so for me, in order to make an executive decision would be, first and foremost, understanding the background of the issue, then researching the matter, talking to those who would be invested in the decision as well, and determining that I have a well-rounded, educated decision prior to voicing what my opinion would be.
Thank you. Question number 6. What are the strengths of our school district?
The strengths of Methacton lie within our district's professionals and our community. Methacton's professionals are outstanding and want to see the success of their students. They work diligently to ensure class materials are taught in an engaging manner. They are passionate about making connections in and out of the classroom with their students and families. Our community members want the district and their children to be at the forefront of the education and are willing to be engaged members of our entire student body to ensure their success. Additional specific strengths of the district are the number of available resources to students, including, but certainly not limited to, special educational services, gifted educational services, counseling programs, vocational opportunities, athletics, the art and music programs, library services, and student clubs, to name a few.
Thank you. Question number 7. What are the biggest challenges facing public education today?
Some of the biggest challenges facing public education today, in my opinion, are student-to-teacher ratio, the number of alternative educational institutions families can choose from, state funding, technology, student mental health, professionals' mental health, and dietary plans. Methacton certainly has the capacity to effectively address these challenges of technology, mental health, and our students and professionals, and our food offerings. While the use of technology is greatly beneficial, providing additional education around the proper use of technology outlets to our students in order for them to understand the potential consequences of improper use outside of the classroom and how that can affect them, their families, the school, the district, and our community. With regards to mental health, our district can more effectively utilize our already existing internal resources through our school counselors and programs at all of our academic levels. By increasing these discussions and awareness, certainly the accessibility to these resources will assist students and their families to feel like they are supported. And lastly, food service options that are offered at the school levels is an area for an improvement. Personally, my husband is a district chef at a private school, has taught me a valuable perspective on healthy choices that children, professionals, and families are excited about, and has proven how a well-liked food service program provides extreme value to a school and provides a positive experience.
Thank you. This last question is the closing statement. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I thank you again for the opportunity to allow me to express my interest in the school board and provide you my thoughts and my experience and expertise and how that can assist in the board. Certainly, I have a lot of experience in working in criminal justice, and personally, it's an experience that I think would be an alternative and interesting perspective to bring to the board. I want to utilize my skills, abilities, education, and professional expertise to serve our students, families, and professionals. I look forward to Methacton continuing to strive through our professionals and children so that we develop our students to be well-educated young adults who will contribute to our community and our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie Etoure. Do I say that correctly? I'm sorry.
Etoure.
I'm sorry. We appreciate your application and your interview here with us this evening. You're welcome to take a seat in the audience. Our third applicant is Esther Smith Howell. Ms. Howell, you are from what township?
Lower Providence.
Thank you very much. Again, we have 8 questions. The first one being in an introduction of yourself. You have 1 minute to do that. And the last question being a closing statement of 1 minute. And then 6 questions with 2-minute time limits. With that, please introduce yourself.
Good evening. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Dr. Esther Smith Howell, and I think that after you listen to the answers to my questions tonight, or my answers to your questions, you will understand why I'm uniquely qualified to be a member of the board. I have a lot to offer. I have fresh ideas, the ability to create cross-sector partnerships, broad professional and personal experiences, research experience, and the passion of being a mother. So I appreciate this opportunity, and I feel like it's my responsibility to offer the talents and the experience and the training that I have received over the last 20 years of college education to the community that I reside in, because this community is helping me to raise my son. So thank you.
Thank you. Question number 2. Why are you interested in serving on the Board of School Directors?
I'm interested to serve on the board because I love education. I have been in public school, in the public school system, or received public school education, K through PhD. I'm a lifelong learner. I want my education to be impactful to others because I understand education truly is the great equalizer. And you'll learn later that how it has been an equalizer for me. I'm most interested to be on the board because I want to integrate a diverse perspective. My perspective is diverse because I have gained not just education, but I have experiences across several sectors, healthcare sector, education. I'm a mother. And so the educational policies that governed my education as I grew up really allowed me, as a person who grew up, I was adopted. My biological mother passed away. My father lived with issues with substance abuse and alcoholism. And so I literally came from nothing, but it was the education that I received that allowed me to become something. And so I feel that it is my responsibility to help make a difference in the lives of other students who may come from similar backgrounds as me. Excuse me, I feel like equitable outcomes for all students come from diverse thinking. And that diverse thinking comes from diverse training, diverse experiences, as well as personal and professional experiences. My experiences as a mother, an African-American woman, a registered nurse, a college professor, a business scientist, make me uniquely qualified, and that is why I want to serve on the board.
Thank you. Question number 3. What do you perceive to be the responsibilities of the Board of School Directors?
I understand the responsibilities of the board are to work together to make informed decisions regarding policies that are, number 1, within budget. Number 2, create a positive and enriching environment for students as well as educators. Number 3, include community-based perspectives, collaborations, and partnerships. And number 4, proactively integrate creative research to ensure that schools within the district provide cutting-edge, yet well-rounded educational experiences for students. And my thinking on what a board member, what are the responsibilities of a board member, is guided by my previous experience as a board member on the White Horse Village. I was a board member on White Horse Village, which is a continuing care retirement community in this surrounding area. I worked with a team of experts and residents to make decisions that directly impacted residents in the broader community. I served as chair of the Risk and Compliance Committee during COVID. As chair, I used prospective data to monitor health risks of residents, inform COVID policies to protect residents' health, and this was critically important because the individuals that lived at Whitehorse were older individuals, and those were the individuals that were most hardly hit by COVID. It was my job to ensure that the healthcare staffing was appropriate to provide residents with high quality care, but being resource responsible. Resources were scarce during COVID. And so it was critically important to balance care with resources and quality. And so I bring an experience of working with a team of people. Prior to being on this board, I've been on a board before. And so I bring that experience and that understanding, and I was successful as a board member.
Thank you. Question number 4. What qualities, skills, and experience would you bring to the Board of School Directors?
So as a researcher, it is my job. I do research at Merck. I'm an outcomes researcher. It is my job to think innovatively. It is my job to seek out information so that Merck can create the best products, get the right products to the right patients at the right time, at the right price. I bring the ability to create cross-sector partnerships. At Merck, I am co-lead of the diversity, equity, and inclusion, scientific research, and real-world evidence integration on Merck's Global Diversity and Inclusion Business Consortium. In this role, I work to integrate research with not just internal partners and stakeholders, but external partners and stakeholders. And so my thinking is, I understand that the Methacton School District partners with local community colleges. And I'm thinking a local partnership with Merck to integrate aspects of programs at Merck could help graduates of the Methacton School District. Merck has the 110 program as well as the Skills First program. Almost 40% of Americans do not have a college 4-year education. And so those students, I know that the 50% of students that graduate go on to work in their field, but 50% don't. And so I think that my thinking and my connections to the larger community will help to integrate and provide strategies to help those students who may not decide to go on to a 4-year college. In addition to bringing research, I will bring my authentic self.
Thank you. The 5th question. If you were faced with a tough issue as a school director, such as raising taxes or cutting programs, what kind of data would you need to help you make your decision?
So I am a mixed methods researcher. I value quantitative and qualitative data. I think that it is important to do prospective research, collecting data from people. I think that it's important to look back at what has worked and what hasn't worked. So that's retrospective data collection. I also think that it's important to collect information from people. So the quantitative data gives you the what, but the qualitative gives the why. And oftentimes it is the root cause of problems that we need to take into consideration. And so if I had a tough choice to face, and I face tough choices every day at Merck, I create research protocols, and I have to balance the business need with the patient need. And so I do my due diligence. I go and I look at what's in the literature related to the topic. I go and look at what is in the business literature related to the topic. And then I research vendors who are going to possibly help me to solve the problem through actually conducting the work. I manage the research, they conduct the research, but I'm a methodological expert. And so I understand the need to understand what they're doing, manage what they're doing, and ensure that what they're doing is high quality, and then take that information and all the information. I'm trained in taking large amounts of information and synthesizing that information in order to come to a fiscally sound, within budget solution to the problem. So for me, I would take in several types of information in order to come to a conclusion, and share that information with my board members, so that we as a team can work together, to make the decision.
Thank you. Question number 6. What are the strengths of our school district?
So I chose to buy a house in the Methacton School District because it boasts very strong academics. It was important for me for my son to grow up in a school district that allowed him to thrive academically, but also in a rich community. The Methacton School District is better than 90% of other districts in Pennsylvania. The teachers are well-trained and experienced. Methacton School District offers a diverse array of extracurriculars. One particular strength that I like as a nurse, health is important and central to my thinking. I'm a patient advocate, regardless of if I'm at the bedside or not. The REACH program that Methacton School District offers, I think is cutting edge, and I think it really puts the Methacton School District out in front of other districts. As a nurse, public health is important to me. Mental health is important. And so the REACH program offers school-based intensive mental health program that has been created here, which took vision and leadership. And so for me, a strength is the REACH program that provides much needed mental health care for students, that is done in partnership with teachers, guidance counselors, and parents. That's important. The other strength that I was talking about before is Methacton's partnership with the North Monco Technical Center. And I think that that is an area where students get exposure to real life prior to graduating, and they get a taste of, what am I going to do with my life? Where am I going to go? And I think that it's a strength that, students get exposure to higher education prior to leaving high school.
Thank you. Question number 7. What are the biggest challenges facing public education today?
So the biggest challenges facing public education are similar to that of other sectors: staffing shortages, budget cuts, and mental health issues. As a nurse and as an educator, I have experienced both of those things. I've experienced staffing shortages. I have had the very scary experience of having to take care of 44 patients by myself because there was nobody else there. As a professor, I experienced the frustration of not being able to increase my class sizes because it was just me teaching a certain topic. And so I feel like the hardest part of being an educator is you have passion, but you often you may not feel as appreciated because the pay is not there, and there's frustration there. You can't make ends meet sometimes. And I'm certain that the teachers, high school, middle school, and elementary school teachers felt the same frustration that I felt as a college professor. And so I think that my experiences as a nurse and an educator facing those same challenges, staffing shortages, shrinking budgets, and emotional and psychological burnout at times, are real for the teachers in the Methacton School District as well. And so I feel like there are other challenges facing the students. So the teachers have their challenges, but the students also have their challenges. And that could be bullying. I've heard stories. While my son is only 5 years old, I have neighbors with children who are older, and they have experienced bullying. They have experienced issues with social media. All of these things are impacts your mental health.
Thank you. This is the last question, which is the candidate's closing statement. You have 1 minute.
So tonight, I wanted to showcase that I bring a wide array of talents, experiences, and diverse perspective would bring that to the board. It sounds good in an interview, but it's not just words for me. It is who I am. I invited my 10-year-old neighbor, Camille, to come here tonight so she could hear and see a young Black woman who has accomplished quite a bit in her life. I've mentored dozens of students over the course of my career. I've mentored peers over the course of my career. And a great person once said that the greatest among you is the person who serves others. I am more than willing, capable, and excited to serve on the school board. And I want to be an example for Camille and others just like her.
Thank you very much. That that concludes the interview process, and you're welcome to take a seat in the audience. Members of the board, that concludes the interviews here for this evening for the vacancy of school board director for Methacton School District. With that said, I now turn the meeting back over to Madam President for public comment on action items.
Thank you, Dr. Zerbe. The board will now take comments on board action items. There's only the one action item here tonight. This is an opportunity for residents to comment on matters that are to be decided upon as outlined on the agenda. Again, this one matter. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, and we may choose to respond to matters following the conclusion of comments on board action items. Is there anyone for public comment on board action items this evening?
Jim Mollick, Esther. The last candidate, I enjoyed the talk on methodology and the methodological approach. That would have been invaluable for you guys when you were doing the Arrowhead project, because she would have considered all the options, meaning closing the school. And then she would have looked into all the pros and cons of closing the school. That's what you need. Somebody who knows methodology, somebody who's going to look at all the facts and not ignore the ones they don't like. I think that's perfect. Her approach would also be good or have been good for the Audubon project. She would have considered leasing the building out. Unlike this board, she would have gone through the pros, the cons, detailed it, and discussed it, or made sure it was discussed. You guys never did. That's what she would do. And I agree with that approach. That's the way things should be done up front. She also mentioned diversity. Well, yeah, we do need diversity, but we need diversity up front. And I'm not talking about physical diversity. I'm talking about diversity of ideas. Basically, everybody up front is a yes person. We need people up front who will look at things and actually have the courage to not say yes all the time. So, I thought that was very enlightening. Your questions, I don't know who picks these questions, who writes them. They're kind of ridiculous. Number four is an easy question about what skills do you bring. You need one skill for this board, and that is to agree with this board. So if you've got that, you've got the most important skill. Five is moot. There's no question about raising taxes or whether there's a decision. You've raised taxes every year since you've been on the board, right? And then you're not going to cut programs because you've had perpetual surpluses every year. So there's no need to cut programs when you have perpetual surpluses and you raise taxes every year. Question 6 should have been about the weaknesses and deficiencies here and how they would do things to change them, rather than patting everybody on the back saying, oh, Methacton's a great place. You want to take care of the problems the district is experiencing now and see what their solutions would be, like the ranking going from 11 to 62, like 30% drop in test scores because of COVID. So those are my suggestions as to, what your question should have been. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other public comment? Is there any other public comment on board action items this evening?
Good evening, Brian Earnshaw, Lower Providence. I've not seen the resumes of the candidates. They were not available to the public, but I hope you give some consideration tonight to potentially a candidate that has experience in either preparing a budget, reviewing a budget, managing a budget, or having quality impact into the preparation of a budget. There was really only one candidate, Ms. Cleary, I really felt spoke to anything with regard to fiscal matters. So I think that's important to be considered. And I think you should try to pick the candidate that's going to actually really consider input from the public. As you know, and as I've stated many times before, the budgeting process at Methacton needs help. So hopefully one of these candidates can bring that help. Over the past 6 years, as I've communicated before, $17.5 million of budget surpluses, none returned to taxpayers. And based on Mr. Bricker's most recent forecast for March, we're going to end up at the same place for this fiscal year at about 1.1 million of a surplus, 2.2 million if you add back the unbudgeted salary changes. At about this time last year, I provided the board with kind of a roadmap to get to a 0% tax increase and then actually to get to a tax decrease. I felt all these items that I suggested were reasonable, conservative, and provided little to no budget risk. None of those changes were implemented. Now, I know hindsight's 20/20, but let's take a look at some of my recommendations and what you're forecasting for the current fiscal year. I suggested removing $200,000 of incremental legal fees. That didn't happen. The district's projecting a $500,000 savings on legal fees. This is why you need budget help and why you need to pick a candidate that has budget experience. I saw you questioning where I was heading. I recommended increasing the budget for interest income by $300,000. The district's projecting a budget surplus in interest income of $1 million, 3 times what I recommended. I suggested increasing the budget for interim real estate taxes by $100,000. The district's forecasting a budget surplus of over $650,000, 6.5 times what I recommended. All these changes that I recommended could have led to a tax decrease of 1%, very easily achievable. You're now projecting more of a surplus than I recommend that you cut the budget. So, in conclusion, pick a candidate and get somebody on this board that can help address budget matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on this board action item? Okay. Seeing none, we will proceed.
What we'll do is, so the motion reads to appoint and insert the candidate name here to the unexpired Methacton School District Board Director term ending first Monday of December 2023. With that, Madam President, I recommend that you take nominations from among the 3 candidates from members of the board to be considered in a roll call vote that will occur after you close the nominations. So you would open the nominations, and then after the nominations are finished, you could close the nominations and then take the roll call.
Okay. May I have nominations for a candidate to the unexpired Methacton School Board Director term ending the first Monday in December 2023? Ms. Perdue.
I nominate Esther Smith Howell.
Are there any other nominations? Mr. McGinnis.
I nominate Ms. Kathy Cleary.
Any further nominations? Ms. Graff.
I nominate Katie Etoure.
Okay, so I guess I can safely close those nominations. Thank you. So
Now we'll take a roll call vote, and we will, and each member of the board will state the name of the nomination that is
Are we
listed.
going to discuss first?
We're going to discuss.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there any discussion on these nominees to the board? Mr. McGinnis?
This is now, the third time we've had to do this. So I'll give the same speech primarily to the three that are here. I want you to know you're at top of a very, very deep applicant pool. And I was incredibly impressed with some of the backgrounds, as I'm incredibly impressed with all of your backgrounds. Ms. Graff and Mr. Rookstool have gone through what you're going through and have stepped in admirably to this position. It's not a fun job. It's the worst paying part-time job you'll ever have. And here you are tonight, dedicating your time to your school district, your kids in the district, and everybody there. So I just want to make sure that whatever the outcome, there's only one. That's the way it works, right? But I'm deeply indebted for everything that you've done and your willingness to raise your hand to help. For the two that don't make it, please don't stop. This district needs as much help as it can get from people who are willing to roll up their sleeves and jump in. So I just want to say thank you very, very much.
Well said, Mr. McGinnis, and I echo that. This is a lot to volunteer for and to put your name in for. It's a lot of work, and so we thank you all for being here tonight, no matter what happens this evening. So thank you. More discussion, Ms. Cancro.
I also echo that as well. I want to just talk a little bit about the candidates and understand where everybody is as far as their background and seeing where they are. I think one of the things I like about Kathy Cleary is I definitely like the environmental attorney background that we don't actually have on our board currently. And I think that would be definitely a key piece for me. I think it really allows that negotiation, the researching, the collaboration has really stuck out to me. I think that is something that we need. So to me, I think that is a big factor for me to think of Kathy Cleary. But I will say the other one that I am thinking about also is, Katie Etoure. Etoure, I apologize for the pronunciation. I think your background has a lot of the needs, the special education, the benefits, the reaching out to all the students that we're working with, all students involved. So as an advocate, I think that really struck out also. So for me, I do think though, having that attorney background for me is something that we really, really need on this board. So with that, I would consider Kathy Cleary.
Okay, more discussions? Ms. Purdue.
I do want to say thank you to all the candidates as usual, even the applicants. But I do want to commend those that were interviewed today. I think they all showed and clearly showed that they've invested into Methacton and serving Methacton, even in reference to some of the work that they've done recently after being notified that they've made it this far to this. I like the information shared and the willingness to serve the district. I think is very important, and they all highlighted that they're willing, right? They've started to do some of the work. They're willing to serve the district, and I do feel like we are in a good place with all three candidates. And when we're going back to the background, because that's where our decision is leading to today, I think we are looking for someone that when we think about will represent this board, knowing that they're looking at decisions based on that's driven on data. And it was my wish, or when I recommended Esther Smith Howell, just because I feel like she will provide some of that. And just because I not come from, but I've worked with those in that field, and I know that their daily work is really based on using data and science to make decisions, right? And I feel like a lot of that is what we do here, researching, when you think about the question as was asking the question, how do you, when you're faced with having to make a decision, when you have to think about raising taxes or cutting programs, and you need to look at the data entirety as a whole, but also involve feedback from stakeholders, whether that's the teachers, the administration, but also looking greatly at the impact that those decisions will have on you. I feel like she shared that she had the experience with serving another board, and I think that will come into handy with her going forward. So that was my one of my factors for wanting to move her forward for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Winters.
Yeah, you guys don't make this easy, do you? Again, thank you all. I think you all have proven that you're interested for the right reasons on public education. You're data driven. I think you all have shown, different strengths and weaknesses. I just want to highlight the strengths of all of you. Ms. Smith-Howell, you've truly showed that you're an innovative thinker, and your education and interest to serve is clearly seen. Ms. Etoure, I think your strengths of giving a view related to students at risk, and also you mentioned something that I believe that we get questioned about is our sort of understanding of alternative schools and why students are going to alternative schools. So I think that, and you mentioned, sort of your closing argument about being well-educated and well-rounded, and certainly something that I believe the current board supports all of that. And Ms. Cleary, you also, you dropped Mr. Alzamora's name, and I mean, what a perfect thing to do. Everybody loves Mr. Alzamora, but I agree that the attorney history is very appealing. Your short cramming of homework over the last week was really impressive. But honestly, the word that caught my interest early on was the word investment, and I feel like that's how I serve on the board, is looking at my role as an investment and understanding there's taxpayers and everybody doesn't want to pay more taxes, but you have to balance that. So I could completely relate to that comment as well.
Is there more input? Ms. Reese?
I just, we don't have the background of any of the people here, Dr. Smith-Howell, Ms. Cleary, or Ms. Etoure. We don't have anybody on here that has your background, so all of you would be so beneficial. On a personal note, I can't thank you enough because it's been a little difficult. One of you mentioned the vitriol, and to know that the three of you exist in our community who I never knew existed before, thank you. Thank you. Please, no matter what happens, I hope you continue to be invested. I have sat through actually this is the fourth time because I was around when we appointed Mr. Earnshaw, plus Mr. Rookstool and Ms. Graff. So I've done this a lot, and this time I made sure I did all my numbers, and my numbers literally come up as 32, 33, 34. And probably, I think there's a half point in there, but to Mr. Earnshaw's point, I'm a reading teacher. But I'm a lame duck, as Mr. McGinnis calls himself. I'm almost finished my 8 years, and I have no regrets. But I did appreciate Ms. Cleary's watching the last year or how many meetings you sat through, so you know what you're in for. And I am a mother of 3 children here, so I appreciate that you're all mothers. I will be honest. Sorry. They make fun of me for tearing up. So, Ms. Cleary, you had me at that. It has taken a huge toll on my family. Huge. And so my decision might be based on that. So no matter what, any of you would be a pleasure.
Ms. Graff?
Yeah, I just want to echo, looking at the candidates, I just want to say we had a lot of really great candidates, and the three of you, it's so much of a compliment for you to be here tonight, because I do think that there were a number of qualified candidates that didn't quite make the cut to be here. So I just want to congratulate the three of you all for your, even being here tonight. For me, it's a tough decision. I mean, I agree with the previous comments that each of you brings something that we could really use on the board, and I think could be really helpful to build some additional experience on the board. I really like the commitment to diversity and education. I really like to hear the comments about mental health, and that those issues are so significant in our schools and what's going on with our kids today, and having somebody who understands those issues firsthand and can help us to sort of find ways to support our students is really important to me. And then finally, I think I'd also like to say, I think the attorney background is really helpful. I think the way you think is a little different than the average person. I think you put together things in a different way, and I think that perspective can be really helpful to us. I also think, it shows a big commitment for you to spend the time and go back through all of that history to understand how the board got here and the decisions that were made over the past 18 months. So I really do commend you for taking that time, because it really does make a difference when you get to the board. And I understand it's a really short duration, but to be able to sort of jump in and contribute quickly is going to be really helpful for us. So I really appreciate that.
Day and threw their hat in the ring to show that passion and dedication for our district is and so inspiring. And as somebody who had to do that a year and a half ago, it's stressful, it's challenging to stand up there and to answer those questions in front of the board and in front of the community. So I just respect everyone for doing that and for taking that time and for sharing that passion with us. And to the people that applied that didn't get selected to come in front of us, I was equally impressed with across the board, everyone that applied, and just show that there's a lot of people in our community that are passionate about what we're doing here and want to use their specific skills and experiences to help us. I looked at that, those resumes and said, if these people had applied a year and a half ago, I probably wouldn't have been sitting here, because they would have took my spot. But all three of the candidates showed great passion. They showed that research-based and analytic approach that we need to decision-making here. They all mentioned great partnerships and building partnerships within the community and in other members of the board. And so all of those things are so important, and any of the people that get selected would be a great representation for the community, would be a great representative for the community. I agree with what people are saying about having that attorney background that Ms. Cleary has. I think that is valuable, that negotiation skill, that ability to think about things from a policy standpoint. But I also feel that Dr. Smith-Howell offers us something that we don't have, and with that previous board experience, with the research methodology and real analytic approach to everything, and with that healthcare background, I would be excited to see that on the board as well. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, and so I'm kind of between those two. But I think if my decision right now would be to support Dr. Smith-Howell because of that research background and that healthcare background.
Thank you. And I will just echo everyone and say, this application cycle was, it was an embarrassment of riches here. It was really an amazing pool of candidates. I could feel your passion for education, your commitment to the community, and everything you would bring to the table. I like Dr. Smith-Howell that you mentioned our program specifically, and that you obviously did your research on that. Ms. Etoure, you definitely showed your passion for education, and I could feel that with you, and the experience that you have had in Methacton. And Ms. Cleary, you did a lot of homework, which was really impressive, and that you went and watched the meetings and that you looked at our presentations and you have that unique analytical perspective as an attorney. I think I would be in this round supporting Ms. Cleary. But with that, we do have some differences. Is there any further discussion we would like to have before we do the roll call vote, or are we prepared for a roll call vote? Mr. Winters?
So just for clarity, there's 8 of us. Do we need to get to 5 or, yeah, okay. So what would be the process if we go through this and it is 2, 3, 3?
There would be no successful candidate appointed, and the floor could be reopened for nominations again, further discussion, and then a subsequent roll call votes until someone receives 5 votes, or if there were a stalemate, there is a process in the law of what occurs after that. But immediately, if there's no candidate who receives 5 votes after the first round, there would be nominations reopened and further discussion.
So Kyle, would there be, I guess it just works out afterwards. We don't know yet, but is it possible before we vote to say, if it was 2, 3, 3, that we would just take the 2 highest candidates at this point in time, or not?
That's not in the policy,
Okay.
and certainly there could be different reasons why someone maybe who received the lowest votes in the first round could still end up being the candidate after further discussion.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I understand what the next step would be.
Okay. Roll call vote. Mr. McGinnis?
Dr. Esther Smith Howell.
Mr. Winters?
Kathy Cleary.
Mr. Uxtal?
Dr. Esther Smith Howe.
My vote is for Kathy Cleary. Ms. Cancro?
Kathy Cleary.
Ms. Graff?
Kathy Cleary.
Ms. Purdue?
Dr. Esther Smith Howell.
Ms. Reese?
Ms. Cleary.
I see Ms. Cleary with 5 votes. And Ms. Cleary, congratulations. You are our newest Methacton School Board member. And again, thank you all for coming to the process, applying for the open seat. It couldn't have been any more impressive than it was. So we really appreciate you stepping up, and it was a pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
Let's just do this. So if one of you would stand on this side of the microphone, the other stand on this side of the microphone, that way we can make sure we can hear the audio.
Okay.
On the Bible, raise your right hand, and you can put your left hand on her. And you're going to state your name,
Kathy Cleary.
and then I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support,
obey, and defend
obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of this Commonwealth,
and the Constitution of this Commonwealth,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
and I will discharge the duties of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So what we have here is.
Oh, sign this, right?
Yeah.
All right. They're getting settled in, and I'm going to open the floor now to courtesy of the floor, which is an opportunity to make comment on matters that are or may be before the board. Anyone here for the special meeting for courtesy of the floor?
Brian Earnshaw, Lower Providence. First, a quick question from the March meeting. The budget transfers, there was about 57,500 identified as security items for windows and doors. My question there is, why were those expenditures not charged to the capital reserve instead of being charged to the general fund? Some more input on the budgeting process. At the beginning of the budgeting process, the administration always makes the claim that they follow zero-based budgeting techniques. Anybody know what that is? Understand what that is? All right, I do. I don't think the administration does. Zero-based budgeting is a method of budgeting in which all expenses must be justified for each new period. The process of zero-based budgeting starts from a zero base, and every function within an organization analyzes needs and costs. The budgets are built around what's needed for the upcoming period, regardless of whether the budget is higher or lower than a previous one. Why don't I think that principle is being followed? I filed a right-to-know request asking for certain details of expenditures contained in the budget and the supporting documentation for those. I selected 5 account codes, 3 of which were tied to the superintendent's office, 2 dues and fees, 1 for supplies, 1 for facilities, and 1 for athletics. Originally, my right-to-know request was denied. I appealed. Before that appeal could be heard, the administration agreed to provide the requested information. What I received back for each of those 5 line items in the budget, which totaled about $250,000 of expenses, was a spreadsheet with each line supported by 1 line on a piece of paper. Zero-based budgeting techniques would call for those details to include what those budgeted funds are going to be spent on. So in the superintendent's office for dues and fees, what fees are going to be paid in the budget? What dues are going to be paid? What supplies are going to be purchased? And the details would be provided in that. That's not the case in Myth Acton's budget. So that might be leading to the cause of these budget surpluses every year, the budget methodology being followed. I think it really needs to be addressed and considered. In the January budget presentation, there was an indication that 7 PCA positions were removed from the budget, reducing costs by $450,000. When I inquired about this, the response was that, well, we don't need those positions because we use outside services to fulfill that need. Well, that makes sense, but if you take out the unfilled staff positions, you should put back in professional fees for outside services. This adjustment was one-sided, which leads me to believe that not only were the budget positions in there, but the outside services costs were in there as well. So an indication of double counting. The most recent budget adjustments really need to be examined and supported. Interest income seems like it was arbitrarily reduced, and substitute costs were increased by, I think, about $500,000 without much detail behind it. You should challenge all these adjustments and any adjustments going forward. Thank you.
We'll hand those items out to the members of the board at the conclusion of the meeting.
You're not going to give it to them? So, okay, you don't want them to have it? That's fine. What I gave him to give to Ms. Drummond and Ms. Cancro is a copy of Board Policy 903. The reason I
Excuse
gave
me,
it,
mention your name.
Jim
and your
Malik,
township.
Worcester. Anything else I can do for you before I start? We good? Thank you. The reason I bring it up is a month ago, I sat through probably one of the best meetings I've ever sat through in either Worcester or Methacton. And that was Ms. Graff's meeting at the property committee. No time limit, questions answered, dialogue back and forth, and the meeting was an hour and a half. There were 2 or 3 of us in the audience. I made the mistake of telling everybody about it. And I knew what was going to happen. I knew she was going to be told, don't do it anymore. And that's exactly what happened. Go to the last meeting, I'm on the clock. And I ask, Miss Graff, hey, what's the story? I'm on a clock. Miss Cancro seemed to be taking an interest in it, saying, well, we want everybody to be consistent. We want the committees to be consistent. So I made my comment. At the end of the comment, I was trying to engage Miss Graff in a little dialogue. Miss Cancro again is saying to Miss Graff, no dialogue, no dialogue. So I'm going to help you out for a little transparency and consideration to the public. I'm sure our new board member, as a lawyer, is going to understand what I'm going to explain to you. Board Policy 903, if you look at it, says the presiding officer may. Doesn't say shall, it says may. Interrupt or terminate the statement if it's obscene, exceeds the established time limit, or is unrelated. So it means, may means you have the discretion to do it or not do it. Shall means you have to do it. And I think your attorney can tell you. I'm sure Kyle can tell you as well. But in addition to that option, you also have the option to waive these rules by approval of the board. Even here, it can be done by 2 methods. 1, by discretion, and 2, by approval of the board. So I ask you, when 2 people in the audience, why would you want to enforce a 3-minute rule and not have a discussion with members of the public? That is your problem. That is this board's problem. Me, if I'm in charge, I'm sitting there having a conversation with somebody all day long. Because doing it Ms. Graff's way, you would have been rid of Jim Malik in probably 3 months. If that's the way things went, there'd be no need for me to come and do all the right to know requests and everything else. I'd have nowhere else to go. So, transparency is something you guys need to work on.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for courtesy of the floor this evening for this special meeting?
Good evening. John Andrews, Lower Providence. Using a word that directors used a few minutes ago, I would like to echo Dr. Malik's comments. And I wonder about the 3-minute time limit. I don't think there's anything backing up its application to committees. It's specific to board meetings. And members of the public, in my opinion, uniformly try hard to bring good suggestions to the board. And what is so unique about your public in this district that we should be ignored. Also, at the regular biannual director reinstallations or installations. A Black Road person, namely a local judge, comes to do the swearing in. This evening, a black sweatered lady did the swearing in, and I have no idea who it is. It could be a judge, but I think just as each of you directors has a name tag in front of you, whether or not they're visible on the TV, I don't know, but I think that person should be identified to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for courtesy of the floor for this meeting?
Hi, good evening. Kathleen Thiel, Lower Providence. I just wanted to take a minute because I came from the Arrowhead and Woodland Orchestra concert. Orchestra concert tonight, and I think it was Woodland. I was there for Arrowhead. And I wanted to just take a minute to thank the board for, first of all, the support of our music program, because the students were fabulous and the music teachers, the 5 that I saw there tonight, were absolutely amazing. And seeing, it was a 3rd grade orchestra concert with 4th grade chimes, and they were absolutely amazing. And there is lots and lots of research, as I'm sure you all know, about what music can do for education and for knowledge and for growing of the brain and how good it is for our students. But it was also just really refreshing. It was also in the Arrowhead gym, and I want to continue as an Arrowhead parent who has been an Arrowhead parent for a while now. The gym was comfortable to sit in. There was enough room for both schools. And I want to thank you so much for investing in that space because it was a really enjoyable experience. Thank you so much for that support for our school district. And I hope you have a good night.
Thank you. Anybody else for courtesy of the floor? All right. Seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn this special meeting? Mr. McGinnis, a second to adjourn this meeting. Ms. Purdue. The special meeting is adjourned. We're going to take a brief break. It is 8:33. We are going to reconvene at 8:40 for the work session. Thank you.
No, she's gonna give me a heart attack. I need her to be out of here. She actually makes me so mad and anxious and nervous. And I know she's watching anyways. She's just gonna sit there and pretend like she's not there. I know she's here. Oh, okay. Wait, that's actually so good. Okay, so you're talking first. I'm talking first. Okay, and then I'm taking second and middle, and then you got the last one. And then I got the last one. Just talking about the comments. Why is she here? I really hate her with this.
All right. Okay, but this is exactly what it'll be. Okay, so like you'll just come right up here. Hi. And then, if you like this, if you end up liking this, we also do slots for student school board members. If it's something you're interested in, but you know, I can recommend you for that process. I'm not sure if it's your. Is there anybody else who's part of it right now? Yeah. So we got. You guys got to get to bed. Thank you. Thank you for bumping them up. I appreciate it.
All right, I would like to now convene the work session, April 18th of the Methacton Board of School Directors. Please rise for the pledge.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, the public is hereby advised of the audio and video recording of this meeting for the purposes of rebroadcasting. By way of attendance, all board members, including our new board member, Ms. Kathy Cleary, are in attendance. And now it's time for recognition of guests and scheduled speakers. Dr. Zerbe.
Thank you, Madam President. This evening, we have 4 presentations. If it pleases the board, I'd like to change the order of that listed. And I'd like to start with the last one, food service recommendations, because we do have 2 high school students with us here this evening who were involved in the process that we'll outline and share with you in just a few minutes. So with that said, if there's no argument, we'll begin the food service presentation. Mr. Bricker and I will also be joining the students at the podium. So give us 1 minute, please. Good evening and thank you. This evening we have before the board, as you're aware, there's been several communications in the public as well as meetings, not only of our committees but of the school board, with updates on the process for the Methacton School District food service recommendations. Tonight are the recommendations that will be listed on the agenda for your approval at next Tuesday's meeting. Those recommendations include approve the food service management company contract with Aramark Education Services, LLC for a period from July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, with up to 4 one-year renewals. The second approval is to approve the administration to move Methacton High School off the National School Lunch Program beginning July 1, 2023, and to take appropriate measures to operate the program off NSLP. And the third approval is to approve the administration to prepare plans for the construction of a grab-and-go cafe to be located in Methacton High School for the start of the 2023-24 school year at a cost not to exceed $40,000. The current food service status, all 7 schools currently are operate under the National School Lunch Program. Aramark provides the management oversight and have been doing that since 2011-2012 school year. In the 2022 niche ranking, food services for Methacton, even though Methacton was an A district with A+ academic notations, we are recognized as a C ranking food service school. The district was required every 5 years to issue an RFP to the marketplace for a competitive process to provide this food service operation and management. And I will let you know that staffing challenges in food services, similar to that in the private sector, has limited our availability, choice, quality of foods. We're currently 7 staff short in the district. With that said, we decided as the requirement to create an RFP, we wanted to move forward with a process, with our strategic goals being to improve access to better quality and variety dietary options for all students, and to increase our ranking in food services from a C ranking to an A+. That process would include a PDE requirement every 5 years, as mentioned earlier, and then the review of rankings of the top 100 A+ districts in the Commonwealth that also had A+ rankings in food services, and to decide from that information what methodologies and programs did they actually operate. And as a result of that information, we created an Arcola and high school food service review team. Tonight, I have 2 of the members of the high school review team with me, and they're going to tell you a little bit about not only who they are, but the process that they were involved in for this review.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Angela Wang. I'm a junior at Methacton High School, and I'm also the class of 2024's vice president. I was one of the students involved in this process. So first we met as a group, and it was a mix of students, faculty, and administrators, and we discussed the current climate of our cafeteria and food. We determined that improvements were needed to be made, and we also determined the priorities. The general consensus was that we wanted to try to improve things in general, especially the quality of our food. We went for a site visit to see firsthand what these improvements would look like for us and how it would impact the student body. It also impacted their school morale very positively. A few days ago, we came back for one final meeting to discuss what was best.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alexandra Dubai. I'm the president of class of 2025. And just to kind of continue off of what Angela was saying, the rest of this process kind of, I think, was a very eye-opening situation for a lot of the students that were selected to help kind of improve our food services situation and basically adapt to a lot of the needs of the students, not only from a morale standpoint, but from a logistical standpoint. I would like to kind of just go on my personal experience. At the beginning of this year, I had to go gluten-free for medical reasons. And that not only changed my perspective when going to restaurants, having to get pizza with my friends. Now I was kind of in the situation where I had to go to lunch and I didn't really have as many options as I had before. I couldn't go grab pizza or like casually get a cookie. I had to either bring things from home or get Cheetos, which was basically like the only gluten-free like chip that I could eat. And although it may seem like a minor inconvenience for a lot of students, getting a cookie with their friends during lunch, like just that little walk up to the lunchroom is kind of like the highlight of their day, kind of just being able to talk about their day with their friends. I know that was one of my favorite parts of my day is going and grabbing a cookie. So I would just basically like to explain how important I think that it would be for our students to have the option to go and grab these things and have these things on deck, if that makes any sense. Have these students have the opportunity to be able to have access to things that meet their restrictions when it comes to food, not only from a gluten-free standpoint, but vegan, vegetarian, whether that's for religious reasons or health reasons. I think that our process of going off of this National School Lunch Program not only gives us more variety just for like flavor wise, we were able to taste a bunch of different things when our chef came in, our district chef gave us different sorts of like lunch meat and things that we could try. A lot of the students I know had a lot of comments to make about the fact that just like the chicken was more seasoned, a lot of the bread was softer. It's just these things that you look around the room and see a lot of students smiling, and it makes them happy that they have something to look forward to eat. And I think that that would increase morale, make students a little more happier, give them something to look forward to. I know a lot of students I heard made comments that they would be more likely to purchase lunch from school if it were to comply with what we were given and what we were able to try, not only at our school, but at the other schools that we went to, especially us implementing this coffee bar or little cafe situation. A lot of students I know, we went and we got lattes from Central Buck South, and that made my day. I thought it was the coolest thing. A lot of students, just the smiles around their faces, I think that is worth it more than anything, just to see the positive impact and connotation that students have with going to school and being able to consume things that make them happy. So thank you.
Very good comments. I think the one comment that was mentioned, it was an eye-opening experience for all of us, and I think it was a good experience. I want to thank Mr. Bricker, who will have some comments later in this presentation, and I certainly want to thank Dr. Gravenese for organizing such a wonderful group of students and staff to help us in this whole process. So with the feedback that we got from students and staff, we then took that and we issued the RFP. In terms of the RFP, Mr. Bricker?
Thank you. So part of the ones we want to take care of when we were working on the RFP was there's a section where we can put in our own needs. We included the student feedback, staff feedback, updated product specifications, as Dr. Zerby stated. The district chef, we noticed, is a very key, important position at the schools that were rated with an A+. So we made sure we put that in. We also had the RFPs being developed where we would be on the National School Lunch Program, or we could also have the National School Lunch Program K-8 with the high school going off the National School Lunch Program and adding in a beverage cafe. We also created a matrix to score this with the focus on food services salaries, as the salaries of our staff being key to what we're doing because we need to staff the 7 positions that are empty. So that created the scoring matrix that we created. The first one being the cost, which is established by PDE. We cannot go less than 51 points. Obviously, we said the next piece of information was to have the starting hourly rates addressed, service capabilities, experience reference, financial conditions, how they can involve the student, staff, and patrons, technology use, accounting and reporting systems, on-site management experience, and the promotion of the food service program. Overall, if we stayed on the National School Lunch Program, Aramark scored an 85, where Chartwell scored a 76. If we went off the National School Lunch Program for the high school, Aramark still scored an 85, but Chartwell's increased to an 81. With that being said, according to the RFP that was established, an 85 was necessary to move on. As such, Aramark was our choice to move on.
In terms of the impact of the recommendations, we have all schools will provide, whether on or off the National School Lunch Program, will provide free and reduced meals as we commonly, and as our parents and students commonly expect. And all schools will benefit from the chef. Students, you want to talk about that a little bit?
As I'd stated before, increase of quality and variety in our food products, I think, is very important, not only for a morale standpoint, but again, logistical. So the district chef basically provides us with the ability of having that greater quality and variety in our food because the district chef is able to cater to our certain demographic of students and give us different options based on what our students need. And I think it's like more of a zeroed in process rather than having a wide, I guess, like more broad situation going on. So I think our district chef provides us with more of a like focused basically process on selecting our food and giving us that greater quality and variety in our options. Thank you.
In addition to that, all school meal prices will comply with the National School Lunch Program pricing tool. We've talked about it on a number of occasions over the years. Actually, every year we talk about that tool because every year we come to the board about raising or modifying the prices for the meals. And typically the tool has a limit to that we can't increase the prices more than 10 cents. So we just want you to be aware of that. We have, the vendor has committed to adding $34,000 towards the marketing enhancements across all of our schools. Also, we want to make sure, as was mentioned earlier, about having clear notation and access to vegan, vegetarian, gluten, and other alternative food options. We want to make sure that our students are giving continual input, so there will be quarterly student focus groups in grades 6 through 12. And then the implementation of a NutriSlice app. We are not 100% familiar with the app, so I don't have a lot to share with you, but we understand that the app was not only promoted by Aramark, but also promoted by Chartwell's as part of both of their applications. And what this application does, it allows for students to use, or teachers as well, and parents, to utilize that to filter out menu items, to look for nutrition, ingredient information, and basically help with promotions and events and chef specials. So we believe this is a great opportunity to help increase the knowledge and understanding of the food, not only at the high school where you would assume that the app would be largely used, but certainly at other levels and for parents as well. In terms of continuous with regards to impact, we have all schools will increase in the product quality based on the specifications. We are recommending that we combine the Skyview and Arcola cafeterias. As I mentioned, I believe last month when I was presenting an update on this particular process, moving the two cafeterias, which is basically it's like a door down from the Skyview cafeteria itself, allows the consolidation of staff to operate the food service, provides access for Skyview and Arcola students to other premium option meals, and allows the district to better consolidate the supervision of students during that process. And maybe the greatest advantage is because of the tight quarters in the Skyview cafeteria, the utilization of both the commons and the cafeteria at Arcola allows for more room for the students, and it also is a better acoustic environment. The volume, and there's no, this isn't a secret, the volume in the Skyview cafeteria is significant. And this change not only provides better service, more options for more students, but creates a better environment. So we are recommending that. Those things are not part of the RFP as a requirement. Those are things that we are suggesting we move forward with. We will also gain access to the beverage and grab and go cafe, and there's a slide where I'll let the students talk a little bit more about that in a minute. I wonder, does anyone want to talk about food waste? You okay?
So I buy food every single day since I was in elementary school, and they've always asked us to get vegetables and a fruit. But sometimes, we don't want to like eat our vegetables or fruit. So we end up the amount of food waste, like perfectly good apples, perfectly good carrots, perfectly good like food in general is just thrown away. Like cartons of like fruit juice, they're just all thrown away. Like I see like the faces of like when we just like throw out all of these like perfectly good food because being on the National School Lunch Plan, we have to have balanced meals. But like to like the preferences of like our individual like people, it just ends up getting thrown away, and like it could have been like used for someone else. It could have been like used for something like useful, but it's just like wasted in the food and it adds to the landfills. It's it's just not that good.
Well said. And I think it's important to know that while we as a district under our wellness policy, have an obligation to make sure that all of our students understand the value of healthy lifestyles, healthy diets, etc. We also, and this is the conversation we had with the students in the high school, giving them a little bit more freedom as part of making choices as young adults. We think it's really important that that is the opportunity that this affords. And by doing so, as explained, students can choose not to take certain things that are commonly required by students at all the lower levels as part of the National School Lunch Program requirements. So this is a way to help support an effort in our sustainability, as well as allow us to start the conversation with Aramark in other sustainability efforts in the cafeteria operation. So we look forward to that in the coming years. We also want you to be aware that no federal commodities or subsidies will be provided to the high school program. The startup costs are funded by the district for the high school. Approximately $10,000 will be needed by the district to construct the cafe, with $25,000 coming from the vendor. The financial guarantee, as listed there for year one, is $117,953. That means that regardless of what transpires, the program as a whole, both the schools on the NSLP and the high school off the NSLP, will be in the black by $117,000.
So with Aramark moving forward and per PDE's rules, we had the ability to do some negotiation from the RFP. The original guarantee was $150,000, but part of what we wanted to do is address the staffing issues. I can serve the best vegetables in the world, but unfortunately, without someone to serve it and to put it out there for the students, it doesn't mean anything. So with working with Aramark, we have the food service workers, which are line workers. Their salary is going to be going from $14.75 up to $18 an hour. The assistant cooks will be at $20.41, and the cooks moved up to $21.36. This is critical in our ability to staff and be able to be competitive in the marketplace with regards to the ability to compete with the Wawas of the world, let's just say. And this does obviously have an impact on the guarantee, but this we felt was an important move on our part to help staff the site appropriately. The meal prices right now that we have, the high school is $3.25, Skyview Arcola is $3.05, which would also help with the combining of the cafeteria since they have the same prices. Elementary is $2.75. Breakfast at the high school is $2.75. Skyview Arcola again, breakfast is $2, and elementary is $1.35. And of course, yes, we do have the free breakfast program this year, and not knowing where that will go next year, we'll see whether or not that's included in the governor's budget or not. The National School Lunch Program's pricing tool will only allow an increase of no more than 10 cents annually. Some years we've had no increases, some we've had 5 cents. So these are the current prices that we have.
And please understand that while those prices are listed there, the variability be with the other pricing options from an additional $1 to additional $2 based on some of the premium meals that will be available to Skyview, Arcola, and high school students. So now let's talk about the high school cafe.
Pertaining to the benefits of the cafe, of course, a lot of people could probably name a couple benefits, but also a couple of drawbacks. I know just talking to a bunch of adults, I know you guys are probably like, why would children need a bunch of caffeine throughout the day? The reality of it is kids are going to consume coffee, whether or not the parents or adults like it. A lot of students decide to go get Dunkin' or Starbucks and different things throughout the morning. The implementation of this cafe would not only decrease lateness due to students waiting in intense Starbucks lines in the morning, but it would also increase morale. I know personally, I've been to sports camps in different areas. We went to Central Buck South. I have friends that go to different schools that have cafes like this or coffee shops in situations like this, where they're all just, the way that they speak about it just completely radiates pride in their school. It radiates a sense of proudness. This is what we have. This is something really cool that we can experience. It's something that they look forward to. And I think that morale can always be improved upon. Students can always have something to be happier about. And of course, it is a privilege. And it will be a privilege if we can work to implement this. I think a lot of students would really, really appreciate it. I think it would make a lot of people happy. I know the decrease in food waste would definitely also be implicated because of the fact that students would not only have more variety in the things that they're allowed to choose, they would have access to this throughout the day. Students that prefer not to eat breakfast because, I don't know, nausea in the morning, if you have swim class, you don't want to eat before swim class, different choices that students decide to make. Now that we're all young adults, we have the ability to go and grab something if we want it, something that will make us more comfortable throughout the day, something that will put students at ease, maybe make them happier if they have a test, they want to go grab a snack, grab a coffee if they're tired. Just that allowance that gives students this sense of freedom or prepares us kind of to have the ability to make these choices and kind of make us happier to show up to school, give us something to be proud of, something to brag to our friends about maybe. I think it's very important and very beneficial. And I'd like to thank Dr. Gavanese and Dr. Zerby and all of the teachers that helped us work on this and selected us for this process, because I think that it's very important that they're putting in all this effort to help us improve our school in any way that we possibly can. So I think that it's very beneficial and the consideration is much appreciated. Thank you.
And also, we were talking about how we were going to brand the cafe. We were going to call it the Methacton Cafe, but it would include like handcrafted products from Wawa and grab and goes from Starbucks and Dunkin'. So this would provide a variety, and all students would get like something like a little something of what they would want. Like Alex said, it would impact a lateness positively, because instead of like students going to Dunkin' or Starbucks in the morning, you wouldn't see that Power School notification that says unexcused tardy. They'd be in school, they'd just be buying like a coffee in school. And statistically speaking, students are going to be more academically successful if they eat something in the morning to like fuel them. And sometimes students will come in late, so they won't have the opportunity to get breakfast from the cafeteria. And once the bell rings, the cafeteria will close. So as breakfast like fuels your day, and I know a lot of kids don't like eating breakfast in the morning, but like if they could grab something throughout the day, and it's not lunch yet, because some people do have sea lunch, and sea lunch is at like 12 or 1, so that's pretty late to like go throughout your day without eating anything. So it would impact like students positively for their like minds and being more at ease with like a full stomach, and also increase. Oh, the location will also be in the commons. So the commons, it's right next to the cafeteria, and it's like there's like a rectangle, so the hallways, like it has really good like flow, like people flow, like yeah. Good space. It wouldn't impact like the traffic wouldn't really impact anywhere else in the school, because there's so many different ways to get around it that it would be beneficial. And it's also, so on the slide, you can see how it's like kind of in the corner. So that's where the vending machine is. And then right down that hall, it's A wing. It's also like not too far. It's like near the center of the building. So it's not too far away from A wing or C wing. And the location's right near like car lines. So if you get dropped off in the morning, or when you come off of a bus, you would like go near the cafeteria. So that the location is a really good spot.
So the cost summary, the 6 schools will remain on the National School Lunch Program. There's no additional cost to the district. The potential cost to the parents of the Skyview and Arcola students choosing premium meals would be at their discretion. The high school off the National School Lunch Program requires separate financials. So my group will be separating out the financials, because we cannot commingle the funds that would be using federal funds. Free and reduced price meals will be covered and paid through the district sales. There'll be the one-time food startup costs and operational costs of roughly $100,000. The cost to establish a grab-and-go cafe at the high school is estimated somewhere between $30,000 to $40,000. We're estimating $10,000 of that, with the vendor being responsible for $25,000 of the grab-and-go cafe cost. And then this kind of gives you the breakdown: $100,000 for the one-time, $10,000 for the coffee station, and $110,000 overall for the one time. I just want to say that the students, the board members, and the administration did a great job. I kind of walked through all this stuff, trying to guide people through the different things that we've seen. I think the student input was incredible. Their passion in this was great. It's just nice to see. So I just want to pass that along.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you very much for consideration for how we can always look to improve. And I think that we are all on the same page. Food service is certainly something that impacts all of the students every single day. And it is an area in which we really want to hit a home run so that they're comfortable at school. You ever want to hear the truth? Go talk to a teenager. So they will tell you every single day when they're walking out of the cafeteria, they want better. So I really want to thank the students that were involved in this process. They were thoughtful, they were conscientious, they were the voice for their peers. And in my eyes, they did a really phenomenal job on giving us a comprehensive look at where we can improve. So thank you to them. Thank you to Mr. Bricker and Dr. Zerby for all their assistance.
So when we talk about approving these recommendations, we want to talk about the measures of success. Obviously, we're starting out trying to improve our rankings in food services, but we also are going to be getting feedback from our students on a quarterly basis. We know that once we are up and running, our goal is to be cost neutral at the high school. And of course, in order to be able to provide all of these services, with everything that we're trying to do, it really doesn't get done without people. And being fully staffed across the district allows us to accomplish a great deal more than we can today. You want to do these? Okay.
So essentially, throughout this entire process, I've recognized the happiness that has been brought to the students. I know I've already mentioned it, but it really did make a big impact on me, especially being in attendance to these meetings and just witnessing our small group and the way that students talked about this program. I remember we would walk outside of these meetings and continue to talk about it, which is something that you don't really see a lot. I know a lot of people make motions for things to happen and suggest things, but then they never really go further than just a suggestion or something that somebody would like to potentially happen. So the fact that we are really working to improve our food services is immensely important. I think venturing off of the National School Lunch Program will give us variety. It will give students options for dietary needs. It will give students options to be able to fuel their day and maybe increase some of their learning ability throughout the day, maybe increase some of their morale, which will also contribute to their learning ability. So I think that the approval for us venturing off of the National School Lunch Program in correlation to our implementation of the beverage cafe is very important, and your consideration is much appreciated. I think I know all of us are very passionate about it, so a lot of the students, if you ever need any sort of input from students, we will be more than likely to be very happy to provide it for you. But the National School Lunch Program and the ability to venture off of it, I think will provide us with a very wide array of improvements, not only in food services, but in other avenues.
I'd also like to thank the board and our administrators for giving us this opportunity. This made us feel really heard and very, like our experiences felt validated. And venturing off the school lunch program with food that students enjoy, it will increase the sales, it'll increase the profits, and have a generally happier population of the student body. So I'd like to thank the board for listening and taking this into consideration. And I'd like to thank Dr. Gravenese, Dr. Zerby, and Mr. Bricker for this opportunity.
Are there any questions from members of the board? Ms. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Ms. Graff?
I don't know who was calling on me, so I just wanted to make sure I wasn't jumping ahead. So I do have a number of questions. So I'm not sure who is going to take which question, but I think this one is for Mr. Bricker. On the RFP scoring, I just wanted to confirm that all of the categories got equal weighting.
So the scoring was done by 3 administrators and 1 board member. I helped conduct that and go through each different one. When the scoring was done, each individual put in a score, and that was the average that came across to the final score. So if I got 2 3s and 2 2s, I'd have a 2.5 or a 3 up there because they were rounded the whole numbers.
I think what you didn't mention, I don't know, in your initial presentation is about the weight of the cost category, and I think that would help clarify the scoring.
So the cost category is 51 points. Then the hourly rated food service workers was 15. Service capability was 7. Going off memory, experience and reference was a 7. Financial stability was a 5. Involvement of students, I believe, was a 3. Technology was a 3. Accounting system was a 3. On-site manager was a 3. And promotion of the food services was a 2. And I'm going to hope that adds up to 100.
Close enough. Close enough. That answers my question, actually. And then my other question is, when we're looking at combining Skyview and Arcola, does that impact our lunch times?
Today, we are utilizing both of those, but not exclusively. So as an example, Skyview uses one portion of the Arcola cafeteria to do their lunches. So on that campus, there are 4 lunch periods. Right now, and Mr. Bricker, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Skyview goes period 1 and period 2 for lunch, and then Arcola goes period 3 and period 4. What the 2 principals have discussed is that they would modify that, and I believe Skyview will go period 1, Arcola will go 2 and 3, and then Skyview would go period 4. So again, that's up to the building principals to work those particular schedules out. Mr. Bricker and I really don't have a lot to do with that, but they're currently already doing this, but not exclusively. So meaning that we have students on the Skyview side and we have students on the Arcola side. We just think that it would make more sense, more efficient, and not only from supervision, but from the food service delivery perspective, to be able to have and consolidate the staff onto one side and to be more effective and efficient with delivery of those 4 lunch periods.
That's great. That's helpful. And then I just had a couple of questions about the cafe. So first question is the cafe going to be open all day? So pre-school start time and then post end of day, or?
We're still working on the start time. I have a meeting with Aramark next week to start with that, as well as starting the design. The plan is to open before the cafeteria, obviously around 7:15 when the students come off. And I believe it would stay open to 1 or 1:30, but it would be open all day. So when the cafeteria is closed in between breakfast and lunch, that would remain open.
Okay. And then I saw in the presentation you had an example menu for the cafe. It has a lot of coffee products and all kinds of interesting coffee drinks, but I don't see a lot of food items. Like, will it have the options for like fruit or fruit cup or yogurt or other things that students might want to keep them fueled throughout the day? Granola bars. I'm just throwing a couple ideas.
I'm into coffee, and I had to put that sample together for the RFP. It can be whatever. The students had some great ideas of iced coffees and some different fruits. There can be sandwiches. There'll be much more variety than my coffee selections.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I mean, I assumed that, but I wanted to just make sure we were clear.
It will be wider.
And then I also wanted to ask, on the focus groups that you're going to use to get quarterly feedback from the students on the food services, how is that that feedback going to be like? Where is that feedback going to go, and how is that going to cycle back?
Yeah, so Mr. Bricker is going to be working with the building principals to help gather that. So we're going to get advice from the building principals about which students should be involved based on their level and how it's best to organize that data. So for example, it would always be best if for example, Dr. Gravenese would work with the committee or someone that the students are familiar with. And then that information from all 3 levels would be fed up to Mr. Bricker, who will then provide that information to the food service vendor. And we would then have them report back about what implementation of actions they're going to take to help address that. And the more important, well, not more importantly, but in addition to that, there's a litany of other things that we plan on doing, including having the manager for the food service meet with us on our administrative meetings on a monthly basis. So principals can speak directly to the manager without having to just go through students and things of that nature. So we're really trying to improve our communications and the dialogue about how, we're going to get to a better place on September 1, but how do we get to an even better place after we're up and running?
Right. I think that's great. And I just had one other thought, and then we'll move on to somebody else. I just wonder if maybe there's an opportunity here to have a student-led contest to name the cafe instead of administration coming up with a name.
Yeah, so one of the things actually we failed to mention, and I'm glad you brought this up, we have our graphic design class designing mock-ups for us of what the cafe could look like. They actually just went on a field trip to some local businesses, and they were looking specifically at seating, the way displays are so that they can use that in their mock-ups. And then we had talked about having, sharing the details, if approved, sharing the details with the school to be able to then have a general consensus and vote as to the name. So we can look for, we needed to come up with a name for the presentation. So that's where that came from. But we want it to be a collaborative effort. So while we might have had a smaller group of students that have been our loud voice, we do want it to be a school-wide thing. So.
Great. Thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Reese?
Real quick, just wanted to say thank you to the students, all the students involved, but it was impressive to hear what you had to say from actual students. My 3 children at the high school may actually forgive me for the last 8 years and closing Audubon and everything else if we approve this. So I'm all for it. My son literally wanted to come tonight to actually hear about this. So, but I have one question, lines and that kind of thing. How have we, I'm sure we've thought about it.
So I think previously we mentioned the app NutriSlice, or we were gonna try to see how we could, like, you know how Wawa or like Starbucks, they have like you order ahead and then you can like pick it up. So we would have the snack stand by the gym. We would use that as like a pickup like area, so you wouldn't have to wait in a line. You could instead just order ahead, walk over, grab your drink, and then go. And what other one? Oh yeah, so the concession stand. So that's where we would pick up like your drinks, and that would reduce the lines. And yeah.
So the location of where this is in the commons. So typically when kids come in the morning, they congregate in the cafeteria. Some of them will go to the boys or the girls gym. We feel this will help us with this location. We have space down the hallway for if there is a line, we have the ability for the kids to line up. We will need to work through the logistical details of, the line, if a kid is going to be late to class, how we handle that. But I think a lot of it comes with sharing expectations and rules so the kids know what to expect. A kid spills something. What do you do? Again, just sharing with them what the expectations are. And we do think that if we can get this up and running, we would like to then have the grab and go pick up at the concession stand. We think having 2 different locations will help with our drivers who are coming in the west wing doors and not necessarily coming in the east wing. We think it'll provide space to spread out and the ability to get as many kids that want to be part of this every day possible.
Any other questions, Ms. Reese? No? And questions? Mr. Brookstool.
Yeah, hi. Thank you to the students and faculty and the administration for this presentation. I appreciate it, especially as a vegetarian and someone with gluten-free members in my family. I understand how challenging that can be for the students. And I also appreciate the comments about food waste, because I think that's something that we should definitely be more conscious of as a district, moving forward. I had 2 questions. One, Dr. Zerbe, you mentioned that the vendor was committed to $34,000 toward marketing enhancements. Can you just comment on what those enhancements are? Is that signage around the building? Is that mailers? Like what are those enhancements?
Initially, it'll be signage improvement, refreshing the high school cafeteria where the food serving lines are. And then from that, we can work with them. But that's the initial process, would be to increase the signage, especially going off the National School Lunch Program. We're going to have to really get people educated on what is a free, reduced, and all that type of stuff, as well as the different options that are out there.
Okay, great. And thank you. And the second question I had, as far as the cafe goes, which again, I think is awesome. And I think you could see the smiles on the students from here and further away. So I'm excited for that. The cafe, would it be staffed by 1 worker, 2 workers? Would that vary throughout the day during peak times?
Using the Central Bucks model as an example, they staff it with 2 people the entire day. They do about 300 meal equivalents, which is the same that the school cafeteria does itself. and they pretty much go through the lines relatively quick. I mean, you're not going to have a made-to-order meal. You're going to have prepackaged stuff that you can buy, go through. I think some of the big learning curves will be getting the students to use their badges to go through to speed up the process, but overall, it should be okay with just 2 people.
Great, thank you. And the last question, just about the cafe staff workers, are they considered food service workers when it comes to the starting wages, or would they have a different line item on?
They would be food service workers.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Mr. McGinnis.
I'm obsessed with this cafe, so I blame you two. So I have some questions for you, if you don't mind coming to the mic for me. When you did your travels and you saw other cool things, was there any other cool things that you saw that we didn't implement that might be a good idea down the road?
Definitely the school stores that a lot of schools have. I know for me personally, I happen to have merch from like other schools that I've just picked up from sports games or different like sports tournaments. If I can grab merch from there, just because it's easy and they have a designated area to get it from. I know most of our access comes from the beginning of the school year when people man like the little stands that they have at football games. I know sometimes they sell our merchandise at the concession stand outside in the stadium. I know a lot of students, that's the only time that they really buy school merchandise, only because ordering it online is kind of hectic. A lot of parents don't really feel like going through the whole process, putting in the card number and everything. So I think having a school store would be pretty interesting for our students, and it would definitely increase our Methacton pride.
Anything else?
We also saw like something called a lunch and learn. So it was a 60 or 90.
You're gonna grow to hate lunch and learn, so I don't know how to break the news to you.
It's a little different.
I know.
How long is it? 60 or 90? It's a 60-minute it's 2 30-minute blocks, and it's like so you can eat lunch, like everyone in the building eats lunch at the same time, but you can also reach out to your teachers and get help if you're like in extracurriculars and you can't stay after school to make up a test. They saw that their grades drastically increased because students were able to get help, and they were also able to talk, socialize with their friends. There was a trust built between like the faculty and the students too, that they were trusted to like go around the building. They were trusted not to like do certain things, and when we visited them, it was a very positive experience. Everyone was in their own little groups. Everyone was smiling. There were like different clubs going on at like different times. There were also like speakers that also came into the school. There was a sports journalist who came in, and there was a classroom, and he was like talking about his experiences, and it was like a seminar, and it was like a really encouraging experience for to experience, to witness. And also Alex mentioned the school store. I think it would also be a great fundraising opportunity for different activities in our school to get different funds, and then students could we could use the graphic design classes to design a design school spirit, and then it would be something that people would be more apt to wear. They would want to wear it instead of something that some person a graphic designer designed, but it's not really the trends. So I think if students design certain things, they would be more inclined to wear it and buy it, and we could raise money that way too. Thank you.
Okay, I have bad news for you. You just signed up to present that, okay? And I'm being serious. I asked you what was cool, and you just gave a 4-minute impromptu speech, and you lit up, and it was impactful on you. So present that to us. Dr. Grabanese, I'm sure, would be more than willing to at least hear it out and see how we can implement it. Along with this high school cafe, and we said the hours, I contemplated a little bit more down what you're saying. So I'd almost want this thing to be open until half an hour after school stops. I'm thinking of an athlete running to a practice. I'm thinking of a study group that's got to sit down. So when your graphic designers, Dr. Grabanese, if you could contemplate, 6-person table where they could sit and do a small group projects, or just get aligned to what they're trying to do. Meet with a teacher with a cup of coffee. I think that's a little bit more impactful. Talk. socialize. I think this could be really an epicenter of a lot of cool things we can do. And the fact that you mentioned a school store where you could, sell unified sports gear that everyone could buy, that would heighten the awareness of that program. A student and a graphic artist could put together 20 shirts and sell them. I think it's just cool. I love this idea. I think there's some process flow. My Six Sigma brain is going nuts here about the lines and the gaps in process. I love the app idea. I love the pre-ordering. I think it should be a cashless kiosk base / the people behind the counter are only fulfilling orders. We can worry about that later. Dr. Gravenese, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I said this job is the worst paying part-time job you can have to Ms. Kearney when she was trying to get involved. And there are very little perks, but every time I hear your kids speak, it's awesome. It's awesome. And it's a reflection of you. It's a reflection of your staff. We ask our incoming people, what are our strengths? Our strengths are standing right over there. Thank you.
I just had two things I'd like to add. One of which,
Good.
one of which pertaining to the lunch and learn situation. I know a lot of students, my friends and I talk about this all the time. We all play sports and we have very, very hardworking parents that we absolutely love and adore, but we cannot drive yet. Most of us cannot drive yet. So as a sophomore and as being a freshman last year and having parents that are starting new jobs and doing all this, it's very difficult to be able to stay after school to speak to a teacher. Maybe the night before you were up really late studying, you overslept, you can't come in early in the morning, the bus doesn't get there on time. There's all these different avenues. I know for myself, I don't have any study halls this marking period. So being able to make up tests if I was absent because I was sick or something is very, very difficult. Not being able to stay after school all the time is also very difficult. When I am staying after school, I have clubs. It's all this very logistical stuff that I think would be very vastly improved with students being able to have the opportunity to go and see their teachers during this time. Also, sometimes students just really like to talk to their teachers. I know I'll go see my math teacher and I'll talk to him like when I'm bored because I just enjoy like his company, or I still see my English teacher from last year because I like her company. So I think a lot of students would just benefit from this and they would enjoy it a lot. And also pertaining to Mrs. Graff's question about the feedback groups and kids providing feedback. I know even for SEL, we had students of so many different backgrounds. I don't think I've ever seen a more diverse group of students in one room in my life. And it was so cool. I think I've never seen so many people that are so different talk to each other and enjoy it. It was ridiculous. It was so many people laughing and smiling. And I think with SEL, how we did that, or how we did it with this smaller lunch committee, there's students of so many different backgrounds. We're going to have the graphic design people contributing to this as well. So don't worry, it won't just be vice president and president. It'll be students from all over doing all these different things, and it'll involve more of the student body. It's not just a select group of honors kids.
And then we'll like post it on our private stories, and then a bunch of people will like swipe up and like tell us all these ideas, and then we're like these little minions like reporting back to them, like communicating, like we're like the messenger pigeons between like the student body to like. So yeah, the private stories, and then like just like mentioning like better food, like seasoned food, like salt on a burger. like so many people are excited. Like I think everyone's seasonal depression, like just it was gone just hearing the fact that you could have a little extra like salt on your burger. The sauces were really good too. They like made sauces. It was great.
So before I take any more questions, I just want to say a few things. Please know, and Mr. McGinnis, you were right on. I mean, I wish I could bring these other two items for you today, but the school spirit, it's on the street. It's in the strategic plan. We're coming. We're bringing this. We're going to lead the students lead this process, but that's coming. But when we started this process, I was interested in improving the food services. when we got started and I made my first visit to another school that did lunch and learn, and not the lunch and learn we know from the private sector, the lunch and learn that actually occurs in a school, I had to take a step back. And as soon as I got back, I contacted Dr. Gravenese and I said, we need to start looking at this seriously. So all the things that the students have said are spot on, but the opportunities for just socialization, imagine being able to see all your friends in the school every day. Now, it's not just about socialization, but that's a huge matter that allows for students to collaborate across grade levels, to collaborate across the entire high school. It gives them an opportunity to meet with their teachers. It's almost like, if you remember, our COLA has an 8th period where you move 8th period to the middle of the day, and you combine that with getting your lunch in there as well. So there's a lot of opportunities. There's structural things that we need to figure out. So it's not something I told Dr. Graveny. She looked at me with her eyes wide open and said, like, how am I going to do this for next year? I said, we can't do it for next year. We're just not prepared. But what we can do is give you some vision for the future.
So I didn't think we were going to talk about this today, but just so you know, to do something well needs time to think through, the positives, the negatives, and what we can do. We are so blessed that we have very vested teachers. So each assistant principal at the high school has forged a team of teachers, and I've been sending them on site visits to schools. Today, Dr. Spewak took a team of, he had a phys ed, math, English counselor, and he had a 5th, and I'm sorry, off the top of my head, I'm forgetting it, group of teachers, and they went to Harriton High School, and they visited to see with their own eyes, what does this look like? They came back and they were glowing. And I'm like, all right, guys, don't get excited. We're researching. We're looking to see, is this something that could be a Methacton thing? Is this something that we want? But I want them to see it, because I can't explain it. Because if you say to me an hour of unstructured time, I start to shake a little bit, because I like structure. Kids do well with structure. But what I saw with my own eyes was an hour of unstructured time, and kids were thriving, and kids were happy, and they were able to get extra help, and they were able to see their teachers, and they were able to see their friends, and they were able to meet for their clubs, and they were able to meet for their band practices, and all these positives. So we're researching. So Mr. Bontempo is taking a team to Upper Merion next week, where he has a different group of teachers. And then Dr. Kokenauer will hopefully be visiting Unionville. Each school that we visited had a way different bell schedule than we had. So there are a lot of logistical issues we really need to consider and think about. But for the first time in a long time, I have some really excited people about something new, and they feel committed to it, and they want to be a part of it. So we're researching. And so when we're finished with our research, I had each of them who went on. We also took the kids to CB South, where they do this as well, where we asked for some feedback. And so when we're done with our researching, I'd be happy to share with you the feedback in a more organized and not off the cuff fashion, so I can accurately represent everyone's views.
Ms. Cancro, questions?
Just my one quick question. Thank you very much. I think that's all fantastic. You guys did wonderful, persuasive arguments, definitely A+ on that one. So I appreciate it. The one thing I wanted to include is, and I'm a big one about vocational skills, especially we had this inclusive cafe that was created at Worcester. I really do believe, and I've seen it work in many districts that you're talking about that have the coffee cafes that our own students can work on.
Yeah,
work
that's
there.
definitely part of, we talked with Mrs. Brislin as our transition coordinator about how we can have our life skills and autistic support students do part of their vocational training in-house instead of sending kids out to be able to do this. So once we were up and running, that is part of our bigger plan so that we can have a more inclusive environment.
I love it because you get job coaches there when you have it also, but then we also have the North Monco group as well. So I think it's an opportunity for other people that want to look at different opportunities to work with Aramark closely even. So I thank you for that. Next steps, that would be wonderful.
Ms. Drummond?
So I have a lot of things on my list, and I thank you, and I thank you, the students. It was a pleasure to meet you last week, and for the board, I was involved with the scoring of the RFP as well. So I've been sort of involved with this process. So one of the actually quick question I have, Mr. Bricker, the 34,000, is that the correct number? Because I don't know if I'm misremembering another presentation. I thought it was 80.
So there was $80,000 as part of the negotiations with getting the staff increase, which cost well over $75,000. There's the $34,000 plus the $25,000 for the cafe. So that's $59,000. So we did go up $21,000 with that, as well as some of the guarantee to help get the staffing salaries up.
Okay, so I am not misremembering
That's
the
correct.
80. Okay. It landed at 34 because of these
And
other items.
25, so 59.
And the
total.
25,
Yes.
okay, thank you. Okay, that, I did have that question. Okay, so just about the lunch and learn, I just want to say I love that idea because I think that helps meet our strategic plan goal of increased participation in clubs. And I think a lot of times, parents needing to come who are working all day, who need to come at 3:15 to pick up their child from a club, that's a barrier to involvement for that child. So I love that idea a lot. I guess I was wondering what you mentioned, the free breakfast program, if that stands. And I was wondering kind of what breakfast looks like. And I guess the reason I'm asking that is a lot of my questions are around the free reduced lunch program, because as you know, I also have a nexus with my high involvement with the backpack program over the years. So I just want to make sure with any of this that if the increased participation that we're, anticipating to see with the lunch sales, that also goes to providing really good quality lunch for the students on the free and reduced lunch program. I just want to make sure that it's and maybe it even feeds itself in an upward spiral, that we can keep providing better and better food and nutrition to those students.
Yeah, I just want to comment on that. So the goal here is to provide better quality food for all students at all levels. The difference at the high school, there'll be additional premium. So I'll just give an example. We may be able to strike up a partnership with Chick-fil-A, and there may be a Chick-fil-A day. Well, that's going to be a different cost structure. It might be an extra $1 or $2 from the normal, I'll call it the standard meal. But those standard meals in terms of quality at all levels will be improved.
And I want to make sure there's a variety offer, that I don't want any student who is on the free reduced lunch to feel marginalized or identified because they only get this type of meal. Just want to make sure it's a really positive all along.
We intend to operate the program under the law, and it doesn't allow us to do any of those types of things, and we don't do those things. The goal is to make sure that we provide better quality food for all students, and the variety. In all fairness, the variety is directly related to staffing. So when we're short 10 staff people, the types of variety and options are the limiting factor, because we need to be able to provide quantity to the masses. So the problem here is that by increasing the rates and having that being our second top priority in the scoring, and renegotiating that to get from $14.75 to $18 shows that we're committed to making the right decision, or the best decisions possible, and looking for the right outcome. So I just want you to know that if I'm 10 or 15 people short, I'm not going to fool you by saying that we're going to have more variety. So it's a combination of things, but I want to be really clear. The goal is to make sure that we're fully staffed so that we can provide the variety and we can provide the options.
And along those lines, I just, I understand that we are at a C+ and that we're working towards an A+ rating.
We're at a C.
We're at a C, excuse me. We're striving to an A+ rating of food service. Aramark has been our vendor and is going to presumably be our vendor again. And what stood out for me with the RFP scoring was that because of the cost, and that was the 51%, Aramark had the better give back, so they got the 51 points, and the competitor did not, so they got fewer points. And so but I would like the board to notice that on other areas that the panel did not score the competitor as highly. So I think that's just something to keep looking at. I would like to see, if we're talking about getting quarterly feedback, I would like to see that feedback from all of the schools, K-8 as well. And I definitely want to see improved menus, portion sizes, quality of food, because it hasn't been good. K-8, that was also the feedback of most of the administrators that were in the RFP scoring. And I just want to make sure that we're not just focused on the high school for improved quality and an improved food experience.
Would you mind comment on that? Because I think it's important for the board to understand that the first recommendation is to approve Aramark from July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, with up to 4-year renewals. So that's a key statement, and I think that speaks to maybe your concerns with the fact that year one we're going to be able to get the feedback, and if they're not cutting the mustard, I mean there's options for us to go back out onto the marketplace. Now that doesn't stop us from continuing to run the cafe and run the high school as we are. But we need to hold them accountable to the matters. And the good news about this is, by working with the students and the feedback and the benchmarks that we're laying out here, gives us an indication for us to report back to the board, and not only hold our vendor accountable, but hold me and my administration accountable for making sure that we're moving this thing forward, and we're not allowing Aramark to just get us from a C to a C+.
And that was the follow-on point. I had written down that I want a presentation to the board in time to possibly go back out to bid for the next years. I just want to this is not, to me, a 5-year deal. This is a 1-year. This is 5 1-year deals.
That's exactly correct. It's not in your
but
mind.
I want to make
it's
sure.
the reality.
Yes, but sometimes it's, oh, here we are again. Like, we don't take a look at it again. And I want to make sure that, especially with all these changes and improvements that we're hoping for, that we are seriously looking at this again and again and again each year, in a timely way for reevaluation and rebid.
In response to that, I can't tell you when we have to come back to the board, so that if there are recommendations to go back out to RFP, we can do that. So I'll work with Mr. Bicker. We'll create a schedule and we'll communicate that to the board.
Yes, that's why I'm specifically asking for that timeframe. And
another matter, just to keep everything in play, that could also be a matter of policy. We could create that, that the administration will do these things on a regular basis, regardless of the stuff we just presented here. Because if this is as important as it is to our students, to our staff, and to you as members of the board representing our community, then we should put it into policy and make sure that we can see this on a regular basis. And it's not just a matter of this conversation and an email to the sitting board. It becomes something long-term institutionalized.
And the issue of food waste I thought was really interesting. And I do really hope, I'd be interested to see if we have anything on that right now, on the amount of pounds that are thrown out for food waste. And then if we have any way to measure that against anything else. No. But I also want it pointed out that, the program as it's going to stand in K-8, that food waste is going to continue to be a problem there. I would like to see that reduced too, because I think another component of reducing food waste is to make food that students want to eat. So I want to make sure, I think we don't have that option of not taking those items, but I think we need to charge Aramark, charge the vendor with providing food that K-8 wants to eat to reduce that waste.
That's a good comment.
I think that was all I had.
Thank you very much for those comments. I appreciate it. Ms. Purdue?
I do want to say thank you to the students. I know it's late, and I appreciate you sticking around and providing your input. And I think your input weighs a lot and really provide us with clarification. I wasn't expecting you here today to provide it, so I do appreciate the time. And also thank Dr. Gravenese and the high school team that's working on it. One of the things I was looking to hear about, I was curious about the Lunch and Learn, just because I feel like it's a great opportunity for collaboration, and I'm looking for it. But I do know that it takes a lot to get it started, so I appreciate you and the team taking time to look into it to see the best way we can implement it. But I think it will add a lot of value to the high school in reference to collaboration. So I appreciate that. I did have a question, or not really a question, but in reference to the food waste, and I think goes back to what Ms. Drummond said. I think we will still continue to see that at the K to 8 level, just because there's certain things that they have to pick up regardless. But I think there are schools now that are looking into how to recycle the food, right? And I think there are options. There are some national programs available where that can be provided to nonprofits or charities. So I think we can look at that at the K to 8 level, just because I think instead of the items going to the trash, the kid don't even have to pick it up. They can just exclude it, and that can be pulled off separately, and it can go to good use, right? There's a lot in our community. There's a lot of organizations in our community that can utilize it. I don't know if we're limited to that based on the fact that it's still part of the National School Lunch Program, but I think it's something that we should invest some time into looking into. In reference to the program itself, I think it's great because I think, as mentioned by the students, it really provides an opportunity for students with dietary restrictions. And I know for me, I have a kid with severe food allergies and very limited options as far as what they can get. So I think it provides them with the opportunity. Lunchtime is a social time for a lot of our kids, right? And so being able to grab something in the cafeteria with their friends and be able to sit down and have something with their friends instead of not having any options, I think is great. And hoping that this will pass and then we can really start to work on this. But there's a lot of work that needs to be done, I think coordination, but I'm looking forward to where we lie. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Purdue. Any final questions from members of the board? If not, just please join me just for a second and let's give applause to our students.
You guys did a wonderful job. Thank you so much for coming out and presenting. And we now know that you are the conduit for student feedback, and we want to hear it too. So thank you.
Dr. Zerby.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So if it pleases the board, I'd like to do the facilities assessment update next. And then I'm going to recommend that, as you see posted to the agenda, there's an Arrowhead construction update. If you have any questions on that, just email me and we'll be glad to answer any questions of the board. Just email me. With that said, we have our representative from Bureau Veritas to talk about the facilities assessment. You should have a paper copy of this report in front of you, as well as an electronic version available.
Greetings. Greetings, everyone. This is not going to be as interesting as the prior presentation. I hope next time Mr. Brickus invites me, I'm invited to the cafe that opens. But okay. So quick introduction, my name is Kaustubh Chabukswar. I represent Bureau Veritas. We were a consultant to Metacton School District. My firm is a 200-year-old firm, originally based out of Europe. We often call ourselves as a TIC company, that is testing, inspection, and certification firm. We were hired to do a capital planning project for the school district so as to come up with a 20-year capital plan, essentially a financial plan of how money should be allocated to keep the building standing, habited, and safe for its operations. Yeah. A quick introduction of my firm. We do a lot of different things. We support our clients from acquisitions all the way to disposition of buildings based on whatever the needs are. The team that I belong to is asset management, where we help our clients, mainly institutional clients like schools, to understand what are the needs of the schools as the buildings age over time and what kind of expenditure would they be anticipating over the life of the buildings. So let's go over the project understanding. The goal of this project was to understand deficiencies for all different facilities. We were given 9 facilities to look at. We were asked to come up with short-term and long-term capital requirements. What are the repair items that needed to be addressed? How do you prioritize different costs, one over the other? What kind of capital you should be forecasting, and essentially understanding how would you rank the buildings compared to each other. So quick approach, how we approached the project. We started with a kickoff meeting. Dr. Zerby, Mr. Brickers, and others were in participation on that meeting. We had detailed interviews with the maintenance managers as well as school principals for all the buildings to understand the needs, deficiencies, as well as the requirements for the school to meet their agenda or their mandate. We were also shown around the buildings. We were shown the different deficiencies at the different locations. We were allowed to talk to different maintenance individuals. And while doing so, we developed an inventory of all mechanical, electrical, plumbing items in all your facilities. We identified all different components in your buildings for which you as the management committee or the board of directors or the planning firm in general are responsible for paying and upkeeping of those individual components of the buildings. We presented draft reports to Dr. Zerby. They were circulated to the principals who gave us their feedback. They were circulated to the maintenance individuals. They gave us their feedback. Everything was taken into consideration before issuing the final reports to the school district. We also developed a CMMS plan for preventative maintenance schedules for each and every component in your mechanical systems, so that your CMMS systems, which is computer maintenance management system, will create work orders for your maintenance staff in order to ensure that the systems are up to speed and being maintained regularly. At the end of the day, this is a data-driven economy and data-driven world. We provided all this information in form of asset calc, which is an online tool where the client can have access to. They can provide different level of access to different members of the board so that they can go through the findings and understand where the needs are. Okay. The data was collected using iPads so that we can have standardized data collection across the board. We were able to rank every component from excellent, good, fair, poor to failed based on what the condition is. On the screen, you can see a typical example of how we are ranking different conditions. It's a subjective way of looking at things, and it is based on looking at a number of different buildings. Once the data comes in, we have a QA/QC team that goes through the data again to make sure that the condition ratings are calibrated again in order with the firm's decisions. So let's go over the findings. On the screen, you're seeing the different buildings that we were asked to investigate, starting with administrative building. So in general, there were 3 non-academic buildings, and rest of the buildings were academic buildings, essentially schools, high school, middle school, elementary school, high school, intermediate, and elementary school. We came up with a replacement value for each building in its current state, so that to understand what it would be, what it would cost you to build a new building of a similar type in today's world. The 20-year needs are on your screen right now. Essentially, what we have come up with is that over a period of 20 years, the school district would be spending approximately $269 million to keep the facilities standing and habited. Okay, the bulk majority of expenditure is associated with the high school, followed by the Arcola Skyview building. Of course, one should note that it is probably the largest building in terms of square footage, so naturally it has a large allocation of budget. The other buildings range between $16–18 million. The non-educational buildings are towards the lower end, reflecting of the end use as well as the size. Any questions so far? We can.
We'll take questions, when we're done. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So the question is like $269 million to be spent. Where exactly do we see the expenditure, right? On the left side, the pie chart shows you that a bulk of your expenditure is going to be addressing the HVAC needs of the facilities. Typically, HVAC has a life of 20 to 25 years. And at the end of 25 years, the components need to be replaced because of wear and tear and utilization. So a vast majority of expenditure is lined up with HVAC. A bulk of that also is lining up with your high school expenditure. The second biggest is your interior finishes for your schools, followed by electrical systems. Fire protection system is also a big one, where especially for a high school, which a bulk majority of that area is not currently having fire suppression system. So that's a big item for you guys. The short-term needs, we anticipate the school to budget approximately $74 million over the next 2 years for maintenance of the 9 facilities. A bulk of that, again, is in HVAC, interior finishes, envelope projects. Envelope in this case represents a lot of roof replacement. A number of your buildings have roofs that are either leaking or have come to a point where they are exceeded its useful life and should be planned for replacement pretty soon. So that's the bulk majority of expenditure related to your envelope. Okay. Now, of the $269 million, $262 million are associated with the 6 schools, whereas $7 million are associated with the non-academic buildings. The non-academic buildings being the transportation, administrative, as well as the facilities building. In both cases, again, HVAC is the major source of expenditure for you. Let's take a look at non-academic buildings. Roof and site are the 2 major items, especially for the transportation building. Transportation building is still owned by the school, though the bus services has been leased out to a third party, but the school district owns and operates and maintains the buildings and the infrastructure. Now, one should note that the equipment inside the transportation facilities, which are required for maintenance of the bus facilities, are not part of this audit because those are considered as operational items. But things associated with parking lots, roof, external envelope of the buildings, the overhead doors, those are all included in this cost. Okay, administrative building is also in a dire need of cash inflow in terms of HVAC. Now, let me quickly switch back to academic buildings. I think we spoke about it previously, where fire systems and HVAC are the two big items that need to be addressed in the near future. Breaking this down further, like what is your expenditure over the next 10 and 15 years? We saw the 20-year, clearly the Metacton High School takes the bulk of your budget over here, both for 10 and 15 years. On the left-hand side, you're seeing the 10-year expenditure that has been planned out or recommended rather than planned out. I should not be using the word planned out. The boxes are on the 4 buildings which have the most expenditure at this point of time, according to us, in terms of both the worst performing buildings at the same time of the dire need of cash inflow. So your Metacton High School, Woodland, and Worcester Elementary, along with administrative buildings, are those 4 buildings. Now, what determines which building is good or bad as compared to each other, right? All the buildings serve different purposes. 6 of them are educational buildings, 3 of them are non-educational buildings. But ultimately, how we define a building's survivability or life expectancy is by running an FCI index, which is Facility Condition Index. It's essentially a ratio of what are your immediate needs divided by total replacement value. General rule of thumb is anything between 10 to 30% is considered as poor. That means approximately 30% of your replacement value you are going to invest in repairing and fixing items. So this indicates a need of a significant rehab or renovation project that needs to be undertaken for the school. Anything above 60% or close to 60% indicates that that particular facility has come to the end of its serviceable life, and a decision should be, or at least a committee should be constituted to understand what is the future of the building and what can be done to it. Okay. From that perspective of FCI, let's look at your buildings. Your administrative building within the 10 years is going to be around 37.6% FCI. So it kind of indicates that it will require major rehab over there. Your Arcola, Arrowhead, and Eagle View, they are on the lower side. Both Arcola and Eagle are at around 18%. So it just shows slow movement towards life cycle replacement, nothing alarming over there as such. Facilities building is around 10%. Metacton High School, it will be around 72.6%. So it will be at a point where we are showing a number of different components in that building would have already exceeded its expected useful life, and a decision would have to be made by the committee on what's the future of the building. Woodland Elementary and Worcester Elementary are also seeing significant expenditure coming up in year 10. Both of them are associated with mechanical equipment coming to the end of its useful life over there. So in this presentation, since this is a high-level presentation, I'm going to take a deeper dive in 4 of those top buildings which are in dire need of investment. Okay. Starting with Metacton High School. So the school has been split into 4 zones. I referred to that in the prior presentations of how we addressed it. The reason for doing this is all the 4 zones were built in different time spans. Zone 1 being the oldest one, and if I'm not wrong, Zone 4 is so Zone 3, forgive me. Zone 3 is the latest one. I always get confused between those. Zone 3 is the latest, built in 2002. So clearly, components and the way systems are designed vary between different zones. Okay, here is an FCI chart that shows you the expenditure. On the screen, you will see blue lines, bar charts, and gray color bar charts. So forgive me on this presentation, the gray color is not very clear, but one are the needs for that given year. So when you look at a blue bar chart, it tells you what is the proposed expenditure for a given year. and gray is the deferred cost. So in a scenario where if investment is not made, what would be the cost in the next year as a summation of the prior years at escalated at 4% interest rate? Okay, so that's how it has been built. And on the right-hand side, it kind of shows you an FCI index percentage. And clearly, within 2024, you're crossing the 40% threshold. And within 10 years, you're hitting the 70% threshold. So kind of indicates that this, based on the needs of the building, the facility is coming close to its useful life. System-based needs is a really good snapshot to provide you where the expenditure is going. The total needs over 20 years are around 127 million, roughly. Again, because this is planning level, the most important projects over here are roof replacement, HVAC modernization. We talked about 2 pipe versus 4 pipe, where ability to have heating and cooling at the same time. The swimming pool is a challenge over here. We have seen there is a continuous leak from the pool. Auditorium expansion and modernization is a big project. The gym floor requires replacement, as well as the lighting upgrades, which were completed a couple of years ago, but would require replacement pretty soon, within 6 to 7 years. The next one is the administrative building. This is the snapshot of the building. The FCI over here by 2026 is going to be close to 30%. And by 2032, you will be crossing the 35, 37% mark, which takes you close to the poor segment over there. Okay. Your main projects over here are, again, roof replacement, domestic hot water boiler replacement, plumbing upgrades. There are a number of split system, air conditioning system that needs to be replaced over there. There's a large chiller over there which needs to be replaced. The electrical system is more than 40 years old. Breakers, which are more than 25-year-old, are typically being recommended for replacement by all electrical contractors because age and whether just unsafe situations. Parking lot is in need of resurfacing. Milling and overlay is required for that facility. The next one is the Woodland Elementary School. Over here, your needs over the next 20 years are around $18 million. The FCI chart kind of shows it really spikes high during the 2027 year as a major expenditure starts showing up. Most of those expenditure are related to your mechanical items, mechanical systems coming to the end of its useful life. You can clearly see it over here. Forgive me, in this case, it's the interior finishes, which takes around $5 million of expenditure. In the near term, that's 3 to 5 years. Whereas your HVAC expenditure is more or less remaining flat for the first 10 years and then shooting up in year 11 to 20 with around $600,000 of expenditure over there. The biggest expenditure over here is facade repair, repointing requirements for the buildings, heat pump replacements, flooring replacement, and heat recovery system replacement for those buildings. Okay. The last one is the Worcester Elementary School. Again, over here, you're seeing an FCI crossing over the 30% threshold by the year 2031, which takes it into the poor category. Your biggest cost expenditure over here are in the year 1 related to your interior finishes, then followed by roof replacement projects, BMS upgrade, which controls the HVAC systems. A lot of split systems over here need to be replaced, though they are R410A refrigerant. They are coming to the end of its useful life and need to be replaced. Fire alarm systems need to be replaced every 15 years. That's going to be a big expenditure over here. So in short, our analysis showed that more than 50% of your facilities are 50 years or greater in age, right? And that means that a typical building has a life of 50 years. Not structurally, but component-wise. Within 50 years, a lot of components will come to the end of its useful life and needs to be replaced. you are at that juncture across multiple buildings. There are systems with older refrigerants which are harmful to the environment, and they have been phased out. You still have few condensing units around there with R22. They need to be replaced with R410A. At the earliest, high school, the HVAC system is a challenge. Humidity control, essentially, where one would prefer to have heating and cooling simultaneously so as to make yourself climate resilient with changing climate and outdoor temperature. In high school, there are a number of issues related to ADA items, accessibility. The goal is to make the building more ADA friendly than just ADA accessible. There are labs in the zone 1 which are not ADA accessible that needs to be taken care of. The sizing of the classrooms are outdated in terms of when they were constructed. I'm assuming they're grandfathered in, but as compared to the state standard, they are smaller in size. In general, based on, we would recommend to the board to closely look at the FCI numbers, the facility condition index, and keep a tab on where exactly the major rehabs need to be undertaken. Okay. So with that, thank you for your time, and let me know if there are any questions.
Are there any questions from members of the board on this? Ms. Graff.
Okay.
Hey.
So my first question is, can you explain to me the difference between immediate repair costs and system-based needs and facilities needs?
Okay. Immediate repairs cost is anything between year 0 to year 2. Okay.
Well, that's not true. When I look at in the information you just presented, I think it refers to immediate repair costs.
Which slide?
So on slide 15, we've got facility needs.
That's right. Forgive me. Immediate is year 0. Short term, immediate is year 0. That means what you should be expending today, whereas short term is year 1 to year 2.
No, I'm asking the difference between what you're referring to as facilities needs on this page, and then on the previous pages, you refer to it as, let's see.
Expenditure forecast.
It's in the FCI explanation. You use the reference to immediate repair costs. So my question to you is, what's the difference between immediate repair costs to calculate the FCI and what you provided to us on this slide, which is facility needs?
Okay, good. So immediate repair cost is everything that falls in year 0. So what should have been taken care in year 2022 when we did the audits, those are the immediate repair cost. Okay, so the FCI is calculated based on your needs. For FCI for last year, for the year 0 is calculated on the needs for the year 2022 divided by total replacement value.
Okay, so if I'm looking at your FCI summary page, when I'm looking at year 10,
yes, it is
what
summation
are the
of the
immediate
first.
repair needs?
In that case, when you look at year 10, it's a summation of the first 10 years. In a scenario where you don't do any investment in year 1 or the first 10 years, and that's why it's called a deferred cost. So the cost keeps accumulating over the 10 years.
So is that the same as what you've got on this slide as facility needs?
Yes, that exactly would be the value that you would be dividing by the total replacement value. Now, when you look at FCI, we don't take into consideration the site cost, okay, because we're just looking at the building in itself. We are not looking into your parking lot or that. That is a whole different cost. When you do FCI, it's purely related to the building in itself.
So is this facilities needs number the number that's used to calculate the FCI?
This is
for year 10?
Site plus building cost. Site.
So that sounds like a no.
That's a no.
Okay. So my question is then what number is used to calculate the FCI for year 10? Since you give me this chart with year 10.
So
Is it this number on this summary page?
No. So this includes site as well as that. I will have to provide you that number as a separate thing, but I can subtract out the site and give you the cost. In that chart, we showed you the total. In case of high school, Mr. Brickers and I went over it this afternoon. It was around $7 million as site cost. And so if you subtract that 7 million, it comes to around $92 million or something.
So I guess what I'm asking is, in order for everyone to understand what these numbers mean, we probably need to include the numbers that go into calculating these numbers in
Fair
our
enough.
presentation.
Yes.
Because you can't reproduce these numbers with this data that I've got in front of me.
I can provide you those numbers in detail on which numbers are being used to calculate FCI.
Can we add them to the presentation?
Yes, I can do that for you.
And can we make it very clear that we can walk through an example?
Yeah, we can do that.
Because I think there's a lot of different numbers and they're referred to in a lot of different ways. And it's a little confusing if what the definition is of
Fair
the words
enough.
we're using.
Yes.
So I think we're going to get a lot of questions on how to calculate those numbers. And
Sure.
so the easier we can make it, and maybe even walk through an example calculation that says, for example, if you take the high school in year 5, here's this number, and here's the calculation.
I can do that for you. I will add a slide which gives an example of high school, and I can tell you what the number is for site, what is the number for the building, and how that math works out. These are all generated by our asset calc software, so there is no manual intervention. These are automatically generated numbers, so I can run that analysis for you and present it in the slide. So
Yeah, I just think we need to be, I know a number of us were trying to run the calculation and the
Okay.
calculations are not working
okay,
based on the data we have in front of us. So
fair enough.
we probably need the additional piece of paper.
Okay, I will happily provide you that data of how the FCI is being generated for each building.
That would be great. Thank you.
Any other things, feedback?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And I just have a question, and maybe this is more to administration. So, I mean, this is a very forward-looking presentation, the next, short term to 20 years. Could we also have something, just to put it in context, maybe for our newer board members or people, what we have been doing to maintain and improve our facilities, a snapshot by building? Because I know Woodland had a renovation. When was that? What was done? I just want to be able to kind of put the whole story in context from the past and what we've been keeping up with, and then to help it tell the whole story of what we need in the future.
So it's my understanding that this is a summary presentation of all the individual 9 reports that should have the data that Ms. Graff was referring to.
Yes.
And the additional the additions that occurred in the other school locations.
That's right. So we were provided a worksheet that shows the 2018 to 2022 planned expenditure. Some of those items have not been implemented because it was a planned expenditure, but we are going to be adding that particular Excel sheet as an attachment into the appendix of all our reports to show this was an expenditure plan. Further, in the executive summary, you will see what projects have been implemented at each school in each report. And when we put the financial plan together, those are the things that we take into consideration. So for example, if a roof was replaced in February of 2023, or forgive me, February of 2022, then we are going to mark that as an excellent roof. And we will say the expected useful life on that roof is 20 years. And the remaining useful life is also 20 years for that roof. Okay.
And with your question, we have a report that shows all the historical renovations and investments that we've made as part of the initial 2016 facilities assessment that we did. So we have that for you. We can certainly attach it to this presentation with reference to that.
Yeah, and maybe even in this report to make a note saying, Woodland built in this year, renovated in this year, just because I know that we have had some big renovations in some of our schools, just as, just to be a little more specific about, what we have been planning and what we've done.
Sure. We will make sure that it's included in an executive summary in the final reports. So,
I just have a question. I think there's a lot of information here that maybe you need to consider. It may come more familiar to you just because it's the nature of your work, but I think it's harder to follow. And so that's why some of the questions, some of these numbers just don't add up, but I think we don't have all the information to be able to reproduce it. But if you look at slide 15, I'm trying to figure out how to make sense of it, because if you look at facilities needs in 10 years and comparing to 15 years, how do we go from failure crisis? I guess the color choice, I'm thinking, unless I'm not reading the color choice right, to poor in 15 years. I'm thinking it will just get worse, right? So are we saying if we made changes, I'll let you.
is this the slide? Which slide?
Yeah.
Okay. And so I missed the last part of your question.
I'm sorry. So when I look at I think you have the conditions ranking on slide 9, right? And you use the color scheme there. How do that translate to what you're giving us here? Because you're saying if we're looking at the color scheme, unless we're not supposed to look at the color scheme, if I'm looking at the colors in 10 years, I'm saying that everything is in, failure crisis. Is that how you should look at that slide there?
So, the bar chart colors are randomly picked
The
by.
one that have the rate, yeah,
They are not related. They are not related.
they're not connected.
No, they are not related. It's a template color, and that's what they come up with. Forgive me. But over here, this is how we grade it, right?
That's fine.
This is how
they don't connect.
No, they don't
Okay.
connect.
So then can you explain slide, I guess, so then 15 is really just giving you a summation of the amount?
It gives you summation of the amounts that are needed by the individual facility for both site as well as building. What your cost is in year 10, what your cost is in year 15.
Okay.
Okay. The goal over here is, when you see that these numbers on a big table, they don't make as much impact as when you see it in this kind of chart where you can see that, okay, high school is demanding the most expenditure as compared to Arrowhead, which is the newest building, is only requiring $1.8 million, right? So it's interesting to look at like how that expenditure changes as the buildings get older.
Yeah, I think I just want to make it clear that the way that the summary report, it was trying to like condense 9 very lengthy reports into some kind of a summary format. So it's going to be absent of a lot of information that you would use to typically make sure that this adds up to that. We can certainly do that additional work so that it's clear, and any individual looking at the document, a layperson would be able to just follow it through. So allow us some time to put that together, and we can certainly update that for the board prior to next week's meeting. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that what our goal here is, to make sure that you understand that we've completed the assessments. This is a summary report, just kind of highlighting at a high level of what some of the things are that we need to consider. The idea is that next week we would accept the reports, given the fact that my administration have reviewed all of them a second time to make sure that we have reviewed them for what we consider to be accurate representation of what has transpired. And then we would then use that information to then come back to you to say, okay, what are we going to do with this? Because there's a lot of stuff. And to say that we're going to invest $72 million in 2 years, isn't necessarily a realistic conversation. So at the end of all of this, we really need to, like we've done before, include our owner's rep, include, Bureau Veritas, include our facilities, new facilities director, and get you an outline of a master plan that actually, can something that we're accustomed to, that we can follow and say on an annual basis. These are the types of things that we need to address. And this is the run rate that we're going to need in order to, implement into the budget. And these are the things that we're going to need to do. The conversation that we've normally had. Right now, that's not what this presentation is. And while we might have been expecting, the master, the new master plan, that's not what this is. Just the high level representation of the 9 facilities assessments that were provided. So I hope that helps. We certainly, if there's any other feedback that we need to, so that we can clarify things and tie things out, by all means, pick up the phone, shoot me an email, whatever makes best sense for you. But I'd be more than glad to, make this more, I'll call it communicative. And then we move from that to working out a larger master plan that incorporates, the future. Does that make sense? Any other questions for Costa at this moment? Thank you very much.
I will make sure that the slides get updated with this cost. Thank you.
And as I mentioned earlier, we're going to just let the board know that the Arrowhead construction update is posted for your review. If there's any questions, please reach out to me. Again, there's no action item on the Arrowhead construction update, but the last presentation that we have this evening, and while I know it's late, and certainly you've been patient, and I appreciate that, it would be a significant loss if we didn't allow Dr. Angstad to present a staff wellness committee update. I think you'll be pleased with the information that she's here to share, because it's crucial to the long-term health of our district. So Dr. Angstad, please present.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Zerbe. Tonight, Abby Morgan from Tom Stecker and Associates and I are pleased to provide a recap of the work of our school connection teams and share information about the next steps as we move forward. It is important to acknowledge that the work of the school connection team is aligned to the strategic plan, and specifically, it relates to 2 focus areas in particular. The first focus area, student growth, achievement, instruction, and staff development. Our work targeted the various strategies that are listed here, but in particular work towards inclusive practice, school culture and climate, improving our multi-tiered system of supports, and increasing positive behaviors. The second focus area is student, staff, and community experience, where we targeted strategies related to, I'm not going to read them all, but staff and student wellness, a sense of belonging, making sure we establish a district-wide set of expectations for an exceptional Methacton school experience, improving communications. As you heard tonight, we had students talking about school spirit. We're making, fostering connections to provide a positive school climate grounded in diverse, equitable, and inclusive practices. So this year, our work with our school connection team was really centered around building a systemic foundation. Each of the schools, as well as the district office, had a core team of individuals who participated in 6 full-day interactive sessions on topics addressing social and emotional skills, school culture, and school climate. Student voice days were a really resounding piece of this whole part, and our students were very excited at both Arcola and the high school to participate in those activities. We had hosted a community voice opportunity for both parents, guardians, and community members to participate. And then each school connection team developed and refined throughout this entire year an action plan that was focusing on their particular building and ways to build capacity within their building and also build connections for students, staff, and the community. And I'll turn it over to Abby.
Hi, everyone. I'm not used to having a microphone because I have a loud projective voice, projecting voice, but I'll do my best. We did this, the methodology for all of this connection work that we've done with a lot of other school districts as well, was three things: the building of social emotional skills and defining those and the results of those and the benefits of those being up at the top left, as well as all of those skills being listed on the right. And actually, I noticed multiple skills that were talked about tonight, from the first being here with the nominations and decision-making skills and being able to give and receive feedback, and problem-solving skills, conflict resolution. These were all things that were talked about, maybe not using those exact words, but talked about throughout this meeting, that are needed for school board members, are needed for our students, are needed for our staff. And we can do those things throughout our school day in building those skills. And these are also, there's lots of reports out there of, these are top skills that employers are looking for. They're looking for, how can we have more collaboration on our teams with remote work? How can we have creative ideas brought to our organizations? How can we solve problems effectively and come up with a resolution? So these are all not just the things that are happening within our buildings, but how these skills are going to benefit our students going forward, our adults going forward. So that's one of the pieces. This leads to that school culture idea, which is in strategic plan, and that sense of belonging in the data and feedback. These are the beliefs, the norms, the things that are really under the surface, the things that as a quote outsider, you walk into a building, and these are the things that are happening without us noticing. And the things that are unwritten and the things that are written are that culture. This is the work on the building, if you will. And what happens in the building is what comes out in the school climate. That's the atmosphere. That's the walk in and you feel that welcoming environment. You feel that sense of belonging, that emotional safety. And all of these three pieces give you all the results that are on the left. They give you academic achievement. They give you graduation rates. And that's the salute to seniors there in the middle. The low dropout rates, the teacher retention. This is what happens when you have students who come up and are feeling, we walked in and you felt it. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about school climate, school culture, and it comes from all of these skill building pieces. That morale is another piece of those. So what we did with those three, and really wanted to share these pieces, is what came of these days. What came of these student voice days, these community days, what came of our days with these connection teams. So we grouped them in those strategic plan pieces as well. So all of these things that are listed on the next two slides came from chart paper, came from Google Docs of notes from all of the sessions from these connection teams, which were representative of each of the buildings. They all came from the work that we did, the knowledge that was given, the research that was given, but then adapted to what's actually happening in our buildings with those representative teams. And a lot of them were talked about by the students. The lunch and learn is stuff that the high school talked about. And they are, how do we prepare to do that? How do we plan to do that? Those were conversations that were happening in these connection team meetings, as well as 8th period with the advisory period and how that can look at our COLA and how we can make that better. That was something that came out of the Student Voice Day. They wanted to look at that. And how can we have representation of inclusive spaces? And how can we have more mentoring opportunities and have teachers be able to collaborate with each other, time for that, how to have more team building and connection between teachers, staff, and students. all of these things on these next on these two slides are all of the things that came out, either that were done this year or they're actionable. They're things that our teams need to gain more information on. They need to prepare more. They need to have more feedback from different groups to get to what is something that's going to last. And Dr. Gravity said it perfectly. You don't want to make change just to make change. You want to make sure that you're putting all of the preparation into it. So again, all of these pieces, assessing our procedures throughout our day, how are our environments being inclusive? How are we having flexible space, alternative locations for lunch, where somebody just doesn't want to hear all of that noise with our Skyview and our COLA? Is there a space for that student to go? All of those spirit days that were talked about, and school store, graphic design being involved in them. I mean, those are all of the things that lead to a positive and healthy school culture and climate. And those are the things that were talked about and planned and looking to be action steps on. And that, I'm going back one. I got sticky fingers. How's that possible? One more. Here we go. And here are some of those next steps.
So as we think about moving forward with this work, the people that were involved, and you'll get to see a picture of them on the next slide, they kept asking, is this over now? And we're like, no, we want this work to continue. And they said resoundingly, so do we. The 6 days, people were not only excited, but enthusiastic and very passionate about this work. And there wasn't one day when somebody said, I wish I was doing something different today. They truly enjoyed this experience this year, and they want to see some of their other colleagues have these same experiences. So moving forward, our commitment to this work is essential and will be addressed through some of the following. Continuing our partnership next year with Tom Stecker and Associates. Next year, it moves from being that systemic foundation to working within buildings and taking this development, staff development, and building the capacity within each of the schools. Providing that ongoing staff development, expanding student and community voice opportunities. We want to look at incorporating Skyview into the student voice days next year. Also aligning our social emotional skill building, school culture, and school climate with the MTSS framework, whether we're looking at positive behavior interventions and supports. Also looking at our tiered supports for mental health. We also want to explore the establishment of a leadership role to support the district's commitment. There is a lot of work around this effort to keep this going and building upon this. And how can we best support this as we move forward? Next year isn't the end of it. This is something in order to sustain, you have to keep working on it. And then continuing those school connection team meetings in each of the buildings. And then, as we said, it's so important to continue to monitor where you are and looking at the needs assessment that Dr. Zerbe sends out for the district. Tom Stecker and Associates had some needs assessment that they shared, surveys, looking at all that data and actually doing some site visits within the schools, trying to get a feel within those buildings and working with the principals as we move forward with this work. So on the next slide, this is our school connection teams, all of them. A few people were absent, but there we are. And a special thank you to Tom Stecker, Abby, Krista Lay, and Scott Haight, who were very involved as facilitators in our sessions, as well as our school connection team members. And we do look forward to continuing this work next year. And I would just like to say, too, that in conclusion, we would also like to thank the Board of School Directors for their support with this initiative this year. And it was probably some of the best professional development that we had, where 65 to 70 individuals came together for an entire year at these sessions and really got to know each other across buildings. People met people they didn't even know they worked with in this district. And that was just a phenomenal takeaway for a lot of us. So I wanted to just say thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Angstead, and thank you, Abby Morgan. Questions from members of the board? Mr. Winters?
Yes, thank you. I do have inside information, and it was a very successful training session. I think it was well worth the investment. So my quick question is, are you that for moving forward to next year, these teams are responsible for the training, or will expand the training in similar manner? So there'll be another class of 65 that goes through this, or what is your thought, and also the concern about the professional development time that we have available?
So I'll speak to that a little bit, and if you want to add. So what we do now is we go into the buildings and we build each building's team. We build upon their team within their building next year. So the core team that you see here from each building will still be working with Tom Stecker and Associates. People will be coming in supporting them, but it will now be within their building. So we're focusing on their building's climate, if that helps.
Yep. And the one piece that is additional for next year where you mentioned, is it this, and hopefully I heard this right, but this group would then be kind of turnkeying this to other. That's not the case. This would be a continued support of, and the real professional development, staff development skills and strategies would be in a coaching format and a coaching cohort in small groups, so that we can really dig in to how do we do this on a daily basis with our teachers. So providing that that skill building and strategy within a smaller cohort fashion, so that we're kind of coming at everything from different angles. The systemic is there first, and then how do we do this on a daily basis, with also then continuing the work that is still the systemic foundation on all of the bigger on the building concepts.
So obviously it's your problem to figure out, but it seems like it's hard to roll it out when you've had a small subset of 7 or 8, 10 teachers at the high school, and now you have 100 that you have to, plus not just the MEA staff, but the rest of the
It's a
staff
slow
on-
process. It's a slow process, and we've done it with districts that are bigger than this, and it does take time, but you want to have that small group that you're coaching and have multiple sessions with the group throughout, let's say, a fall. One session in late September and only in small chunks, maybe 3 hours. And these are all logistic pieces to be hammered out. But then there's a spring cohort. Then there's a new set of teachers that come in, but really keeping it to maximum 30. And that would be within secondary buildings and elementary buildings. So with substitutes and all of those things, we work out those details, but we've been able to do it successfully. We've, in another district, we're finishing up our spring cohort, and we will have had 260 teachers go through over 17 buildings this school year in a cohort style fashion.
Thank you. And then one last sort of comment. I had a friend share a story recently about their son becoming a mentor in elementary school and developing friends that way because they were successful in an area and sort of progressing. And I think if I read that correctly, that mentoring meant any direction and all directions. So great.
Yes.
Excellent questions, Mr. Winter. Anyone else from to my right? To my left? Ms. Reese?
First, thank you. I'm glad we included this. I didn't want it to be pushed till next week or what have you. It's important. And I don't know where I'm going with this exactly, and I don't want to micromanage it, but I can tell you, like, from tonight, what was probably our most enjoyable parts. Hearing Miss Cleary talk about the connection Mr. Alzamora made with her son, hearing those students talk about the group that got together, right? My favorite part of the board memo, no offense, we get a very long board memo. It takes me, I have to read it 3 or 4 times to absorb absorb everything in the memo. But my favorite part is when sometimes Dr. Gravenese and other principals do it when they share those very poignant stories that nobody knows about. And I don't want to add to anyone's plate, but we've done a really good job with communicating out to the community with, the new athletic newsletter and the K-12 career counselor. And I'm not suggesting we do this for the community, but I wonder, and you guys are the professionals, if we can share some of these things out among the staff in like an inner, what do they call that? Intranet newsletter type thing. And no, not everyone's going to read it or read every word, but if principals or teachers or other people could share types of poignant to get everybody more involved. And like, I know it might not be right for the board or the community, but some things that Alexis, can share, anything that can be shared about this as like a motivation. I know as a teacher, I might zoom through one little teacher magazine or one teacher newsletter and I get this one idea. So if we could possibly create some type of communication with all those stories, because that's everybody's favorite part of doing this, right? Of doing this job, working with, everybody who works in school pretty much cares about kids, right? So to hear those things is what we want to hear.
Those were a lot of the conversations that were happening within the buildings that were happening at the district level table. Was their most excited was, how do we recognize, how do we celebrate, how do we show gratitude for all of those stories and all of the positive things that are happening, not just around academics, around music, I went through the Facebook page and tried to find all types of pictures that were, the high school meet and greet. Arcola had a career day as well. The appreciation for music, the appreciation for all of the different things that students are doing, that teachers are doing, that buildings are doing. Those were a lot of those conversations. So those things are in the works. Those ideas are coming to the table. It's just, how do they all play out and how do they all get done?
I think people that work at Methacton in many places do everyday kindnesses that people don't see. And it's how you spread it. And this is such an amazing beginning. And so thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Ms. Cancro?
I only have one quick one. There's so much here. There's just so much here. And so you do see like this web of everyone being involved. And, you said to establish leadership to make sure that it gets continued, because I do feel like we already have a lot of leaders helping to advocate for that, like the diversity, equity, inclusion that we've got in here. We've talked about the MTSS. I think of that under the education arm. There's so many administrators that are involved in this. So I like this group here too, but I also feel that we should definitely establish a leadership just to make sure that it's all connected. Because right now I feel like we have a lot of everything. Like tomorrow we're meeting with the district council, and like there's just so much, and it's great. But I do agree, like having a leadership there to help can make the connections for everyone and make it consistent and collect that data.
Absolutely.
Because I feel like there's not data to show how valuable it is. So that's all I have to say, but thank you for all your efforts.
Ms. Cancro, just so you know, tomorrow's district council meeting is a takeoff of what you just said. So I look forward to that conversation. Other questions, Ms. Perdue?
First of all, thank you. I think I was asking about this last week, and I'm happy to see this provided. I appreciate you ending with this picture, just because when I look at it, for me personally, it warms my heart just to see everyone on there very happy. And I think you mentioned the fact that when it ended, it was like, what's next, right? I hope this don't end. And I think it's something that we have to continue to do, but like leverage it, because it clearly shows it adds value, and there's value that we can gain from there. I think you do have a lot of items here as far as next steps, but I think it's important that it don't fall through where we just did it a one time and all when we do it, if there's something that's not working, but I really trying to make sure how do we continue it to work and continue to keep it successful. One of the things when I look at your next steps is in reference to the voice opportunity. I see it's just student and community. Is it because, and I was wondering, I think for me, I put a question mark next to teachers and staff. And I was just wondering, is it just because they have the connections teams within the buildings and we're getting that input there, or is that something that needs to be captured?
We're getting that input from there. And that's where it has started. And we have laid the seeds for the student work, but continuing that student work. And actually, someone mentioned Alexis is going to a conference this summer with students from, I think it's 8 from the high school and 2 from Arcola, to have a whole week experience on things that are around all of these topics. So it's expanding those opportunities and having more of them and having them be specific to the needs of all the buildings. And just a note, those 2 slides of actionable items, those were from 7 different buildings. So it does look like a lot, but some of them are more focused on one building or the other as well.
And if I could just add, the principals are going back with their school connection teams and holding faculty meetings with their staff. And then they bring that feedback back to their action plan and say, what do we need to revise? What do we need to adjust? And to see them work, we were at round tables, and to see the conversation and discussion that was happening, and Shay was there, Jason and Matt, we were just hearing that conversation and that dialogue, and it was so rich. And then they would share with the table next to them, and they would do sharing out. And it was just really, I'll use the word cool because other people used it. It was really cool to see this group of people who may not have known who each other were at the beginning becoming friends and working together. It was just really an interesting experience.
And I think that's a critical point, because I know at one point we actually lost a staff member, and I think she said at one point, she said it felt lonely, right? Mm-hmm. And I think we do see that where maybe a staff member don't feel like they have someone that they identify with, and they can feel very lonely. And I think this is something that we can leverage also to really connect them with others that they can feel a little bit more connected to, I guess, for better lack of term. But I think this is great, but I really do want us to make sure we are getting the voice opportunities for the teachers and staff also, because that's critical. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Excellent comments. Any other comments from members of Ms.
Super
Drummond?
quick. Dr. Engstead, I just want to thank you for all the work that you are doing in this area. And because to me, well, one of the things was, I remember, I think even from the Act 48 committee that I was on, was that what Ms. Perdue was saying, that some of the teachers did feel like they were in a silo. They didn't know teachers from other schools. So this is a great way to help that along. And really, to me, the overarching phrase that stands out to me is the sense of belonging, that is the key here, that we want everyone to feel that they belong. We want to be able to identify who doesn't feel like they belong. So this is great. So I thank you for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Abby, Susan, excellent presentation. Thank you for your work and your commitment to this effort. We really appreciate it.
We appreciate it.
Now, that ends guest and special speakers for this evening. So, admin team, please get to the podium. Let's go. We'll get moving. So we're going to go into the other presentations. We have reports. I will let you know that we do have a building tour this Thursday, April 20th, from 5:30 to 7 for a community walkthrough of the Arrowhead Elementary School. So please join us. There also will be a ribbon cutting. So we have scissors for board members, and we're excited about this opportunity. So again, 5:30 to 7 at Arrowhead Elementary School. With that said, we go on to fiscal items. Mr. Bricker.
This month for your approval, we have the list of bills, treasurer's report, budgetary transfers, Facilities Assessment Study, accepting the Facilities Condition Assessment 9 in total as presented by Bureau Veritas. Approve the North Monco Technical Career Center budget for 2024 with the general fund budget in the amount of $14,477,590, with Methacton's share being $1,436,691. This represents a $93,036 increase from 22-23. The general supply bid awards with the district bids in the amount of $247,836.14, and the MCIU bids in the amount of $18,056.98. Also to approve the food service management contract with Aramark Services, Educational Services LLC for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, with up to 4 one-year renewals. And finally, change order 29 under the Arrowhead project for labor associated with the elevator cost of $17,850.96.
And just so you know, the agenda will be adjusted for 9G. There'll be a 2 and a 3 as we presented in the food services. There are 2 other motions that we want you to approve. That is to go off the NSLP and to build the cafe. So we just want to make that. Any questions on fiscal items from Mr. Brickers? To my left? Seeing none. To my right, Mr. Winters.
Just real quick, just to comment on 9E, the North Monco Tech Center, for the board to understand that the increase is primarily driven by our increased usage with the number of students. So it's not so much an increase in cost. There is an increase in cost, but it's more being driven by our percentage of students at the North Monco.
It's actually our enrollment over a 3-year period that has increased, which is an excellent thing because that means more of our students are participating in the great programs and services. Any other questions on matters of finance? Seeing none, we move on to personnel items. Dr. Sergini.
Good evening and thank you. For your consideration this month, we have the following personnel items. 1 resignation classified. This is for retirement. Elizabeth Sana, personal care assistant at the high school. We thank Liz for her 22 years of dedicated service to the students of Methacton, and the entire Methacton family wishes her well in her retirement. We have 1 employment administrator, Mr. Robert Corcoran, for the position of principal of Eagleville. Rob will be here next week, and I will be presenting him at that time. 1 change of status classified, Noel Mullen, paraprofessional at Eagleville, as noted. 1 uncompensated leave professional, Christina Gatone, instructional support teacher at Arrowhead, as identified. 1 uncompensated leave classified, Danielle Mazer, paraprofessional 2 at Skyview, for next school year for the first semester, as identified. Supplemental contracts including extended season pay for winter coaches, and an additional supplemental contract for outdoor education, and the addition of John Higgins to the casual on-call list for custodians. We welcome John to Methacton. Thank you.
And just another note, it's important to know that the appointment listed on the agenda for Robert Corcoran for the principal at Eagleville, you should know that he is coming home, meaning that he was once a 6th grade science teacher at Skyview for a number of years. He left us to pursue his administrative career, went to Palmyra, went to Upper.
I have all of that information if you.
Is it already in there?
If you want me to read it, I was going to read it next week, but I can.
Well, no,
yep.
I'll just brief it. And then and Upper Dublin, right, is where he's coming from? What's the district?
Upper Dublin, yes.
Yeah. So, so he's coming back home, and we're pleased to have him join us. Any questions on matters of personnel? To my left, to my right, seeing none. Thank you, Dr. Sergini. Next, we have curriculum and programs. We have no items. Policy, we have first reading policies, but no second reading policies, so we don't need to make any comments on that this evening. Under other, we have gifts and donations from Shannondale Foundation of $2,000 for the backpack program. We appreciate that generous donation. We also have listed 3 drivers as per the roster submitted there, and then we have dates for board member calendar. I'll turn it over to Madam President.
All right, yes, dates for board members' calendars. Then we have any old or new business this evening to discuss? Are we good?
I just want to super quickly just remind people about the car show at North Monco. It's this Saturday. If it's raining, I can't remember the weather. It's Sunday. Just if anyone's around and enjoys that, it's great for their foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reese. Okay. It is time for courtesy of the floor. Anything? Okay. Seeing no comments, courtesy of the floor. Any comments from board members? May I have a motion to adjourn? Mr. McGinnis, may I have a second? Ms. Graff, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.